Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing good. Current time 8:30 a.m. We will give it just a minute for everybody to jump into this live stream. But again, hope you're doing good this morning. Just kicking off our tropical storm coverage here on the channel. We're going to be live here on Brett's channel on YouTube, and we're going to be firing off the Live Storms Media channel. Brett's working on his camera, having a little bit of technical difficulty getting that stream out good this morning. So while he's getting his camera updated and online 100%, we're going to look at a couple of the tropical storm maps. Look at the data on Tropical Storm Harold. We got so many tropical storms out in the Atlantic right now, it's kind of crazy. So we'll look at everything here in just a few minutes, but we're going to be looking at Tropical Storm Harold mainly just offshore of southern Texas this morning. We're going to go ahead and fire off our Live Storms media feed as well. So give me just a second to turn that on. All right, and good morning once again, everybody. Just fired off the Live Storms media page. So we're coming to you two YouTube pages today with live tropical storm coverage. I'm Drew Richards in the studio today. We'll get with David Neal here in just a little bit. And also got Brett Adair live out in the field. We'll be monitoring his camera for the duration of the day today. But again, we are tracking Tropical Storm Harold in the Gulf of Mexico this morning, and it is coming in pretty quick. It's currently just offshore of South Texas, just south of the Corpus Christi area. We're looking at infrared satellite data there. Notice that big blow up of shower and thunderstorm activity just offshore. We had one wave come through earlier this morning, brought some heavy rain, some gusty winds, but again, this is a low-end tropical storm, so usually the main issues with these are going to be your rainfall. Much needed rainfall for this part of Texas, I will add. So definitely some good news there. And hopefully in these areas of South Texas, kind of a heat buster for a couple days. It's been so hot, so humid down here, and we've not had a lot of rainfall at all. So again, hopefully we'll see that break just from today, maybe parts of tomorrow, before, you guessed it, the heat returns later this week. But there's a look at radar. We've got two current tornado warnings in effect just east of the Riviera, Texas area. We'll go and take a look at those. Again, this is one tornado warning here, expires in about 10 minutes. That's going to be for Kleberg County, Texas. That's a tornado warning that goes until 8:30 a.m. on that northern cell. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles east of Riviera Beach, moving southwest at 25. That is a radar indicated rotation. Good morning, Lizzie. Everybody that's watching today, hit us up in chat. Let us know where you're watching from, and we will, of course, be interacting with you on chat for the duration of the day today. And again, we've got Brett up in the Corpus Christi area where most of the heavy rainfall, probably more of the gusty winds, will be coming in. You can see his live cam up there at the top. Again, we'll be going to him full screen here in just a few minutes. I wanted to kick it off with live studio coverage while we're getting his cam good to go. Southern tornado warning we need to look at real quick. That also expires in 10 minutes. That's for the same cell. That's for the Kennedy County area in deep South Texas. That's a tornado warning until 8:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 9 miles east of Riviera Beach, or 16 miles east of Sarita, moving southwest at 15 miles per hour. So again, a couple tornado warnings south of the Corpus Christi area, east of Sarita and east of Riviera, Texas. Those tropical feeder bands rotating in ahead of Tropical Storm Harold. Notice here, that is the center of the storm. So that is going to be moving northwest towards the coastline. And as we use our distance tool, the edge of the circulation, again, is only about 33 miles offshore right now. So it's going to be coming in pretty quick today. But as you see on the radar there, most of the bad weather is going to be along and north of that center. And, of course, that's where we've got Brett and a lot of our chasers out today, right on the beach, right on the shoreline, near the Corpus Christi area. So, again, good morning, Jake. Good morning, Shannon. Glad to have you watching from Texas, Jake and Shannon. And a little bit lost watching from Oklahoma today, wishing some of that rain would come this way. I'll tell you what. You guys in Oklahoma and Kansas and Texas, what a summer, right? I mean, we're just now in late August and we've got a whole lot of summer left, but I'm hoping for you guys we get this heat ridge to break down and have a lot cooler weather starting very, very soon, because my goodness, I don't remember a summer that has been this hot and this humid and this dry like you guys have seen out in the Midwest this year. Just incredible stuff. Let's go back to satellite real quick. I got some video I'm going to show you here in just a second that we caught earlier this morning of the tropical rain bands that were coming in. But again, there's our satellite. We're going to go over and look at the National Hurricane Center data. As of 7 a.m., the advisory showed Tropical Storm Harold with maximum sustained winds at 45 miles per hour, moving rather quickly, moving to the west-northwest at 18 miles per hour. That's really fast for a tropical system. So again, good news is this thing is not going to sit over one area and produce a lot of flooding. I think we'll have some minor flooding today. And again, we're so dry, you've got to wonder how this rain is going to soak into the ground, or if a lot of it just runs off, because this area is dry, it's parched, the ground is like concrete. So one thing I'm a little bit worried about is if we get too much rain too quickly, it may or may not be able to soak into the ground. It may cause flooding issues today. So you go from a drought situation to a flooding situation in one day. Kind of crazy stuff, I know. But again, maximum sustained winds, 45 miles per hour. And again, this is our 7 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Tropical storm warnings up for that blue shaded area that you see there. And then tropical storm watches in the yellow shaded area a little bit further to the north. And we'll get you the specifics on that here in just a little bit. But again, Tropical Storm Harold, 40 knot winds. That's 45 miles per hour. I want to show you this graphic from Tropical Tidbits because that shows you your wind radius. So tropical storm force winds extend outward 60 miles northwest of the center, 100 miles northeast of the center, and then only 30 miles southeast of the center. If you see that graphic on the left-hand side is what I'm looking at. So again, like all tropical storms, very displaced in the way it's spread out. If you're southwest of the center, you may not see a whole lot at all. A little bit of rain, a little bit of wind, but probably not tropical storm conditions. If you're north of the center, that's where you're going to see the worst weather. Tropical storms are always offset to the north and northeast of the center as your worst weather. And then if you're south and southwest of the center, you usually don't get too bad of weather at all. Barb watching, it's a chilly 61 degrees till this afternoon and humid. Barb, thank you for that. Michael, good morning to you. A little bit lost, had a 117 heat index yesterday. My goodness. Barb watching from Indian Orchard, Massachusetts. You guys have had a cool, you got to, it's a few hot days up in the Northeast. Don't get me wrong, few hot, few humid days. But compared to some summers that y'all have had before, you guys have really had a nice summer, and a lot of people want to go out to the beach and go out to the pool, and it's not been a great year for beach and pool weather up in the Northeast. It's been so cool and not humid recently. But again, thank you for that, Barb. And again, y'all keep on chatting today. We're going to have Brett live. Looks like he's on the beach. Take his camera full screen again. We'll get his camera. I've got his audio turned down right now, but he is out trying to get that camera going for the day for us today. He's live in Corpus Christi, and again, we're going to be covering him, his live stream all day today. We'll be doing live studio break-ins from time to time as well, but as soon as we get his camera going, we'll take him full screen. We'll take his audio full as well. I want to show you real quick some footage that we got earlier today from our storm chasers out in southern Texas. Give me just a second to switch over to that. All right. Let's roll that footage. This is earlier this morning in the Corpus Christi area. Notice some of those rain bands already coming in. A little bit of wind, probably 20 to 30 mile per hour winds as these rain bands rotated into the area. And again, this is before daybreak earlier this morning. This was about 5 to 6 a.m. And thankfully not a lot of flooding just yet. But, yep, that's what you'd expect to see when a tropical storm is approaching your area. Just blinding rain, and again, not a whole lot of wind. Those palm trees are blowing, again, probably about 20, 25 miles per hour. One thing to notice about this tropical feeder band that come in, there was a lot of lightning. So sometimes in these tropical systems, we don't see a whole lot of lightning activity, especially right around the center. But with these outside bands that come in kind of well in advance, sometimes you will get damaging wind gusts, and a lot of lightning activity. And that's what we had here earlier this morning as they rotated into the deep South Texas area. And again, you can see the flags there waving in the wind. Lots of wave activity as well. So again, with a low-end tropical storm, not expecting a lot of surge. We'll see some surge activity north of the center, but I don't think storm surge is going to be a major issue. So, we're talking probably less than 1 or 2 feet, very, very max, in and north of the center. But again, even that may cause some coastal flooding right there along the beaches. Right there, some of the roadways along the beach as well may have some inundation at some point today as we continue to get those feeder bands rotating in north of the center. So again, that was one piece of footage that we got. Going to show you another one real quick that just shows the very tropical nature of the rainfall. Very, very heavy rain. This poor gentleman out trying to pump gas before daylight this morning. Bless his heart, he is just getting drenched. Check it out. He's trying to take shelter there from the gas pump, but look at that wind blowing that rain. Again, probably 20 to 30 mile per hour wind gust, and just torrential rainfall earlier this morning as those tropical rain bands moved in. So that's what we're going to see more of today. Thankfully, it's going to be daylight, so we'll have a lot better view of the rain and wind as it comes in. But that was that first real big band that come in. That was between 5 and 6 a.m. local time this morning in South Texas. And again, not a lot of people out at that time, thank goodness. But more people will be out, probably sightseeing today, probably trying to go out to the beach and see what's going on as this tropical storm continues to rotate in. But again, that's the center, just southeast of the Corpus Christi area. Let me go in and refresh Brett's camera to see if we've got it working now. And we can take him full screen, and we'll be able to take his audio here in just a few minutes as well, and ride along with him and Heath as they are out in the Corpus Christi area for the day. So if you have any questions, go ahead and pass them along. Again, we'll be monitoring your chat here for the duration of the day, and we'll keep this live stream going as long as Brett is out. We'll have more video footage coming in from our chasers in the area that we'll be showing you throughout the day today as well. And again, let us know if you're in the area, if you have any friends or family in deep South Texas that are being affected by this tropical storm. Let us know in chat, and I'd like to see how they're handling the storm. Obviously, it's a minor issue on the broad scale of things, but I think probably more people down here are happy that this storm is coming in than they are freaking out about the storm coming in. Again, mid-range tropical storm. May have some minor wind damage, probably some wind gusts, maybe 50 to 60 miles per hour at the highest, I would say. And again, maybe some minor nuisance type flooding, but I think this is going to be more of a glad heat relief breaker than anything for these poor guys in deep South Texas that have just been sweating it out so far this year. So let me go over to our satellite once again, and we're going to look at a couple things on that while we're waiting on Brett's cam to come back up. So one thing I noticed, one thing I want to do, let me take our other source here. There is showing you satellite and radar data overlaid, and then the little arrow-looking things, so they almost look like little Fs. Some of them do. Those are your wind barbs. So that's showing wind gust in and around the circulation, and the more barbs, the more little lines that you see there, that's the higher the wind gust. So it looks like right now the highest wind gust is right there around the Corpus Christi area, and we'll get an exact reading on that and see how high that wind gust is. But again, right now, the worst weather still just offshore. So we wanted to fire up this live stream before the worst got there, get some people in, get some people watching. So when we get Brett's camera going, we'll be able to ride along with him as that main feeder band comes in. So notice just offshore where we've got those yellows and the reds, that's going to be the first big wave of Tropical Storm Harold coming onshore just north of Brownsville all the way up to the Corpus Christi area. Then one thing we'll have to watch, notice the line that goes back there from Corpus Christi all the way eastward into the Gulf. Where that line sets up, that's probably where we're going to have the worst flooding. And unfortunately, that might be right in the Corpus Christi area just because that is going to be training over the same areas as it's coming in. And that's where, I don't care how dry you are, how big of a drought you're in, if you have these 4, 5, 6 inch per hour rainfall amounts going over the same area for 2 or 3 hours, Yeah, we're going to have some flooding issues for sure. Now, one thing that is good about the drought situation, when that rain stops falling, a lot of that will run off rather quickly and soak into the ground probably quicker than normal. So again, it's going to be kind of interesting to ride along today and see how the flooding plays out with the drought conditions and the heavy rainfall moving in. Jake says got some family and friends in Kingville area. Some of them are farmers and are excited for the rain. I bet so, Jake. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, farmers are just having a rough go in so many locations this year, not just in Texas, but again, Oklahoma, Louisiana, parts of Arkansas in drought conditions. And then, Missouri has had a lot of rain and a lot of flooding in the southeast part of Missouri. But the northwestern part of Missouri has been rather dry here recently. So it's kind of wild to see how we've kind of shifted everything across the country for the last several months from stormy to, wow, nothing but heat and humidity and no rainfall at all. Brandon asking, will Harold end up turning towards Colorado? Harold, that is a great question. And we'll go in and we'll take a look at that for you. I love tropical tidbits. So let's go back to tropical tidbits and we'll look at the models on Harold. And we'll see where he ends up here in just a little bit. So there he is off the Texas coast. Notice at the bottom of your screen, that's this morning. So this is the GFS. We'll just keep it on the GFS computer model, and we'll go through as we get later into the day today. That is 1 p.m. Central Time, already inland over deep South Texas. And look at the rest of the country. Just not a lot going on. I mean, it's going to be crazy hot, crazy humid, and dry for most of the country today. A little bit of rainfall residual from Hurricane Hillary. That, of course, was Tropical Storm Hillary when it affected California the other day. And now some of that moisture is still in the Utah and the Pacific Northwest area from Oregon up through Washington State, Idaho, Montana. But for you guys in Colorado, let's take a look at and see where Harold ends up. So there we go. That is tomorrow morning, early morning. Remnants of Harold over West Texas at that time. And then as we go throughout the day tomorrow, looks like the remnants coming in the New Mexico and Arizona area. And yep, I think you guys in Colorado get a little bit increased shower and thunderstorm activity probably as we go into Wednesday night and Thursday. This is valid at midnight Wednesday night Mountain Time. And then as we go into Thursday morning, notice again just a little bit of shower and thunderstorm activity as the remnants. It does look like maybe the remnants there over redeveloping as a new low pressure over east central Colorado on Thursday evening. And again, Thursday evening into Friday, again, a little bit increase of shower and thunderstorm activity. Utah over to Colorado in the New Mexico area. Notice what the GFS has done on Friday midday as well. That is Tropical Storm Franklin, maybe Hurricane Franklin by that time. What we're seeing well off of the Florida coastline. And thankfully, the GFS keeps Franklin well offshore. And it does rapidly strengthen it into a pretty decent hurricane. That's 977 millibars there as we go into Saturday evening. But again, well offshore of Florida, well east of the Bahamas. And then as we go throughout the weekend, that Sunday morning, Franklin just kind of hanging out there, not really doing much, just kind of staying in the same location. So that will cause some swell activity and probably some riptides on the east side of Florida, increase in wave action as well as Franklin just sits there and spins and spins and spins all weekend. Whoops, sorry about that. I bumped the microphone, so if I blew your eardrums out, guys, sorry about that. And then as we go into Monday, GFS has still got a rather strong hurricane, 958 millibars, starting to pull northwest. And yeah, if you're in coastal North Carolina there, you're like, uh-oh, what's this thing going to do? There we are Monday midday. Strong hurricane off the eastern coastline. But then thankfully, this model run of the GFS, and again, most model runs keep this well offshore, is moving this thing northeast and not directly affecting the lower 48. So good news there. But again, we'll have to keep an eye on Franklin because I think right now the thing that saves us is that big area of high pressure right across the country that's keeping all the heat and humidity. That really keeps Franklin just offshore and again moves it northeast, missing the lower 48. So good news there. There we are next Wednesday, August 30th. a whole lot of quiet weather across the country at that time, and I don't see any other tropical threats immediately behind Harold and behind Franklin through the end of the month. Of course, that can always change. There's the GFS trying to maybe create something tropical way out in Voodoo Land. This is like September the 6th. So yeah, take that with a grain of salt, because anything out that far will change 100 times between now and then. Let's go back to Brett full screen, see if he's got it. We got his camera working as I get caught back up in chat here. Brandon, I hope that answered your question about Harold ending up in Colorado. A little bit lost says, born and raised in San Antonio, went to Rockport every summer as a kid, South Padre when I got older. It's tempting to head to the coast right now. Yep. I know what you mean by that. Good morning, Mustang James. Glad to see you, sir. Glad to have you here with us today. Melissa, I wish you were getting rain in North Texas as well. I do. That is in and around the Dallas area, Melissa? Dallas-Fort Worth? Because if so, my goodness. I know you guys had that weakening thunderstorm complex, 2 weeks ago or so? Maybe a week and a half? That had a few showers in and around the Dallas area and had some pretty good north winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour. That cooled you guys down for one night? Yeah, it's been a long time. I'm telling you, I hate summertime. I don't see how you guys deal with it in Texas for months on end. Uh-oh, hang on just a second. All right, so let me refresh his feed one more time, and we're going to go back to satellite while I'm trying to get his cam refreshed. All right, again, there's a satellite. Let's see if we can go over and take a look at visible satellite real quick. It's just getting daylight out there. There you go. That's a pretty cool image. Notice it was dark. That's why the image starts out black at the beginning. But as the sun comes up, notice those big thunderstorm cloud tops, those overshooting tops, as we call it there, right in and around the center of Tropical Storm Harold. And again, that's just offshore. About to be moving in, so let's look at the other visible plot. This is the infrared at night, so it starts out in infrared mode, but then as the sun comes up, you can see it switching over to visible satellite. And just a beautiful image, and again, just a lopsided tropical storm moving in this morning in deep South Texas. Melissa, thank you for that. We appreciate you tuning in. Have to get to work, so Melissa, thanks for checking in with us this morning. We hope to see you again later today. Morning, Jamie. Glad to have you with us. Yep, again, we'll hopefully have David here with us in the studio later today. And we're working on getting Brett's cam refreshed right now. He's working on that as we speak. Having a little bit of connectivity issues this morning there in deep South Texas. But as soon as he gets that cam, we'll go back to him full screen, and we'll be riding along with Brett and Heath for the duration of the day. We'll have some studio cut-ins here from time to time as well. Anytime we get any kind of tornado warnings or anytime we get any new information from the National Hurricane Center. Let me go back to radar real quick. So there's your current radar. There's the center of the circulation there. Again, just southeast of the Corpus Christi area. And the heaviest rain and the heaviest, gustiest winds are going to be in these tropical feeder bands that you see, the yellow and the red coming in on the north and northwest side of the storm. Let me stop that loop real quick. So again, where you see that circle, that's going to be where you have your, let's say, closer to tropical storm force conditions. A lot of this is going to be gusty. Sustained winds probably 30 to 40 miles per hour in widespread areas. And then when the heaviest squalls come in, that's when you're going to get your wind gust 40 to 50, maybe 60 miles per hour briefly as those tropical rain bands continue to rotate in today. But then again, where the center of circulation is, notice back here on the south and southeast side, nothing at all. So this is going to be a kind of a one and done thing. When the center comes by your area, that's probably going to be about it. So the worst of the weather is going to be, again, along and before the center comes in, unless you're north. If you're north, that's where that feeder band is going to continue to kind of train on itself for much of the day. And what I'm talking about is this feeder band right here. So as that continues to rotate in like that, that's where we're going to have our worst flooding, if we do have any major flooding. And unfortunately, that's pointed right towards the Corpus Christi area right now. And that's why we've got all of our chasers here in and around Corpus Christi. We've got Bob out today. We've got Brett out today. Brian Mfinger is out today getting footage as well. So again, they are in a perfect position with this tropical rain band as it moves into the Corpus Christi area and just southeast of there. Thankfully, inland outside of Corpus Christi, there's not a lot of population there, but we will have to watch this system as it comes into the Ingleside area, Gregory, Doyle, the Robstown, all the way back to the Bishop and the Riviera areas, Kingsville, Texas as well later today. We probably expect some flash flood warnings as the system continues to rotate in, but again, hopefully nothing widespread. Did you guys see all the footage that we had on the channel the other night from California? Man, oh man, I'm telling you what, so much flooding out there. So many roads washed out. The Interstate 10, I think at one point got washed out in California the other night. Rock slides, mudslides. We had some footage come in from one of our stringers out there of a camper that got washed away and wrapped around a tree. And my biggest thoughts was, man, I hope nobody was in that when that thing got washed away and wrapped up in a tree downstream. So, yeah, just an incredible sight, earlier this week out in California. Now, here we go yesterday, got the one-day break. Now, here we are again with live tropical storm coverage in Texas this time. So, yeah, there you go. Kind of the crazy weather year continues. Mustang James says, been hotter than heck these last few days. Humid, too. Fishing ain't even fun. It's been so hot. Oh, yeah. I know that, Mustang James. The humidity down here where I am in the southeast, it's been a little bit lower compared to you guys out in Texas, and you guys, especially probably you, Mustang James, you may be more humid up there in Michigan than I am down here. It's hot down here. I mean, we got like 95 degrees yesterday here in Alabama, but the dew points were, it's weird. You know, when you got dew points in the 80s like we had here a couple of weeks ago, it's unbearable. You guys out in Texas, Missouri, Oklahoma, you got dew points in the upper 70s and lower 80s. You can't breathe. It's like going outside in a sauna. I mean, literally, you can't breathe. You can't get air. It's just suffocating. It's so humid. Well, we were like that a couple weeks ago, but now our humidity is lowered a little bit. Dew point's only around 70. Only around 70, right? I know that's humid, but it feels great outside compared to what it did a few weeks ago. So, yeah, even at 95 degrees yesterday, heat index was around 100, 105. It just didn't feel that bad because a few weeks ago we were 95 with a heat index of 115. So that's it's crazy. John says, should the Corpus Christi kids stay at home today? They got a late start this morning, thinking I should keep them off. John, that's a good question. I would say use your personal judgment on that because, again, in the grand scheme of everything that we're looking at here, I don't think we have major disruptions from the system today. Could we have a few power outages? Yeah. Could we have some flooding in Corpus Christi? Yeah, probably so. Are we going to have widespread flooding or widespread wind issues? I don't think so at all because, again, this is just going to be a pretty quick hitting system. I do think the flooding risk is higher in Corpus Christi than, say, points north or south of there. So from the Indianola area northward, up there at the top of the screen, Bay City, Texas City, showers, probably some gusty winds up there, but I don't think we have much of a flooding risk. And then as you go south down towards Brownsville and the Port Isabel area, I don't think we have major issues down there. Hang on just a second. Don't think we have major issues because, look, the circulation is north and all the wind is offshore from Brownsville up to Port Isabel area. and no surge issues because, again, the wind is not blowing the ocean onto land. It's blowing offshore. And most of the rain, Brownsville, I know you need the rain too. Most of the rain may stay just north of the Brownsville area. McAllen, you're seeing a little bit of rain this morning. Laredo, you're seeing some pretty good rain. You'll probably have a pretty rainy day all day today, on and off. But again, most of the issues looks like it's going to be right along the coastline with wind. And again, if you have any flooding, probably minor flooding, that nuisance type flooding, low-lying areas probably will flood first, of course, like always. They're in the Corpus Christi area. But again, I just don't think it's a major issue, John. So I hope that answered your question. Cheryl says, hope for rain from Hillary up in British Columbia. Nope, not. Oh, man. Cheryl, I hate that for you guys. Yeah, so many fires up in your neck of the woods. I'm telling you, it's just been a horrible, horrible year for fires in Canada, heat in the U.S., and drought in the U.S., and just a crazy, crazy weather year. 105 in south central Mississippi. Good grief. Yeah, the heat, we were talking about it here when we were live Sunday night here on the channel, me, Dave, and Brett. Incredible heat. Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, Mobile, Alabama, just insane at the 100-degree temperatures that we've seen so far this year. It's just something I don't know if I've ever seen in my lifetime. We're going to flip back over to our infrared satellite, and let me flip back over to that source. Let me text Brett and see camera check. Yep, he's working on the camera right now, so hopefully we'll get his, let me refresh his feed right fast. Stand by, guys. I'm just going to see if we can't get his cam to load in, because he says he's working on it. And then we're going to look at a couple other things on the heat here in just a second. Yep, I think it is still... Nope, not in yet. So we'll go back to computer source there. Let me switch back over to our internet feed. Again, that's the latest information. I know people come and go here on these live streams. If you missed it earlier, right at the top of the stream, we looked at the National Hurricane Center update from 7 a.m. this morning. That was their last advisory. We'll get another advisory here around 10 a.m. But as of that time, Tropical Storm Harold still just offshore, moving northwest at 18 miles per hour, maximum sustained winds 45 miles per hour. And that little orange yellow shaded circle that you see there, right where it says 7 a.m. Tuesday, that is where we've had our tropical storm force winds. That at that time just offshore. Looks like we've got the feedback. Good deal. But at that time, most of the tropical storm force winds, again, just offshore. There's our satellite image, again, showing the explosion of showers and thunderstorms right along the center of circulation, just offshore. And that will continue to move inland. And again, look how far back, whoop, that side. Look how far back that rain band extends into the Gulf of Mexico. So, yeah, hopefully we don't have, all day rain, torrential rain in Corpus Christi in points nearby, because that might make the flooding situation a little bit worse if we did. All right, let me flip back to one more feed I wanted to look at there. That is another radar source just showing the center circulation. There's our tropical storm warnings that's in effect from the Brownsville area all the way up through Corpus Christi. And then we've got tropical storm watches in that pink shade there near the Port O'Connor area, Matagorda, Texas, all the way up to near Freeport, Texas. That is a tropical storm watch in the pink shaded color for possible tropical storm conditions. And then north of there, Lake Jackson, Freeport, Texas, yeah, nothing, just heat, just heat. That orange is your heat advisories that goes all the way up into the Houston, Galveston area. And guys, look at that. That's why I wanted to go to this radar for a minute, because that is a massive area of heat. We're going to go to Brett full screen here in just a second because it looks like we got his camera working. But before we did, look at all that pink, purple color. Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas, Oklahoma, the whole state of Arkansas, Western Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, the whole state of Illinois, the whole state of Missouri, Eastern Kansas, Eastern Nebraska, South Dakota, the whole state of Iowa, parts of Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Excessive heat warnings. Incredible heat. The orange is a heat advisories around that. And then now we've even got excessive heat watches in portions of Indiana, Ohio, and West Virginia for heat increasing as we go throughout the rest of the week. So that is an excessive heat watch in the dark shade of red, and more excessive heat watches down here along the Gulf Coast, including New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Biloxi, Mississippi, Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida, all the way over to Panama City, as the heat will continue to increase. So again, just incredible how widespread that excessive heat is. Looking out west in Utah and Arizona, there's your showers still ongoing. Parts of Nevada. Up in the northwest, that's a flood watch that you see there in green. Portions of Oregon, Idaho, all the way up into southeastern portions of Washington State. Again, that's some remnants of Hillary as it come in. So good deal. Brett says they are good. Let's go to him full screen, see if we've got his audio. All right, there we go. Get his audio coming in. So we'll take his audio down just for a second. It was a little bit choppy there, but we'll get him in 100% here in a second. A little bit lost. I saw that. Yeah, a little bit of a cool down, a little bit of a cold front coming down Sunday for you guys out in Oklahoma. So hopefully we get a heat break later this week and this coming weekend for you guys out there. Etchy, good morning to you. Etchy says, making my hot tub a cold tub. I like that, Etchy. Jake Jordan says we're getting a few showers in Needville. We're just east of the Horton area and south of Richmond, Sugarland. There you go. Glad you're getting a little bit of rainfall. Anything is better than nothing, right? Let's go back to Brett full screen. A little bit lost. I agree with you on that. It says, call me crazy, but I'd love to be there right now. Sitting on the beach, watching the water and enjoying the wind. Yeah. Looks refreshing, don't it? For all us baking baking in the heat. Look, we're gonna go back. This audio is still a little choppy. Y'all let me know in chat. On my headset, it's a little bit choppy, so I think they're still working on that. But yeah, 9 o'clock here where I am. 89 degrees outside. Feels like 97, and I know you guys can relate. So again, incredible heat early in the morning. It's again 9:10 a.m. where I am, and it's already almost 90 degrees outside. It's just incredible. Let's go back to Brett and see if we got the audio. All right, guys, give me 1 second. We're going to refresh Brett's feed one more time. That audio is just a little bit choppy. Yeah, video is solid. Video is good. So we're going to refresh one last time, see if we can fix that audio choppiness issue with his feed. And hopefully that will do it. Oh, wrong button. Sorry about that. Good question, a little bit lost. Can anybody else answer that question? I don't know personally if that's true. A little bit lost says, my daughter says people in Texas were hosing their houses down with water because of the heat. I remember being in school, and we started school like most places do, except up north in August down here in the deep south. And I remember when I was in school, they would put sprinklers on the roof, like on the top of the roof of the school building, and supposedly that helped keep it cooler inside. I don't know if there's any truth to that or not. But yeah, good question, a little bit lost. If anybody else can answer that, feel free to answer that in chat. Dennis says, putting on my waders. Well, Dennis, glad to have you with us today, and hopefully you won't need those waders wherever you are. All right, and I texted Brett. He's working on that choppy audio issue, so that's why the audio went off. We're going to go back to him full screen, though. I'm going to be here still monitoring y'all's chat comments behind the scenes and watching for any weather updates that we need to pass along to you as well.
Alright, guys, we're getting the feed going again. We're getting the audio back up. We are currently we can. Below is actually filling in. The center is going toward Brownsville right now. Lots of good progress. Yeah, we can.
All right, looks like we're having a little bit of camera connection issues. Probably going in a dead area again. But Jake says he's seen what we were talking about earlier. Jake saw some people putting some sprinklers on their houses to keep it cool. That's interesting. Kathy watching from Columbia, South Carolina. Kathy, glad to have you with us. Yeah, wondering about some different YouTube channels she watches. They definitely need rainfall. Hoping they can get some rainfall. Take Brett's audio down. A little bit of standing water there already. Notice that they're just going through. All right, let's go back to Brett full screen since we got his camera back.
All that sign up there in the road work sign. Conditions make it difficult here in South Texas. Inland, we're just off Padre Island here. We've been watching the winds pick up, heavy rainfall, as you guys can see here through the camera lens. Still plenty of travel going on this afternoon, or well, this morning. Plenty of travel going on currently, and this is going to continue throughout the afternoon. It looks like business as usual as Harold's going to make landfall to our south, moving basically maybe around just north of Brownsville with that center of circulation. But as you can see, very, very heavy rainfall here across portions of southern Texas right now. We still have some buses out moving around. I'll move this camera view for you just a bit. You can see the wind here cranking in some of the palm trees, though. Again, not a huge deal. This is great for southern Texas. They needed a break from the heat. They needed a break from the drought as well. Stay with us. We'll be here all afternoon. We'll be on my YouTube channel, Storm Chaser is my personal channel. We'll be pumping video up through Live Storms Media. So stay with us here as we continue to monitor Harold as it moves in. Meteorologist Brett Adair.
All right, guys, we're going to refresh that feed again because I'm watching him on another feed, and it is not choppy. So y'all hear that choppiness? Give me just a second. Let's refresh this feed. See if we can't get that to clean up a little bit.
Or it doesn't record, or it doesn't.
There we go.
It just
We're rolling now.
That's why I thought it would go through an MDI to that unit.
We are rolling now. Audio issues fixed, guys. We're going to take his audio full now.
I looked at it last night. Not yet. Like he said, if they do a 4K one, they may get more expensive with it. But the more they add to it, the more fail points you got too. Yeah, them stupid windshield wipers. I don't understand that at all. Because it's doing it across the whole windshield now. Like over here, they're burning. Yeah. We'll find a place where we can Visiglass that and clean them things off. I don't understand why they do that.
Get the razor blade out of the thing and do it.
I got a flat one right here
Okay.
in the back of this seat, I think.
Sweet.
Good. So we're on Padre Island here. We're on the north side. The center's going to go to our south, but the center's not where the impacts are. If you look at all the data right now, the majority of the impacts area, Corpus Christi, southern, down near the center, it's there. There's even there's around that center area down there, so not as big of a deal, honestly, in that particular region. I think we're going to see. I don't believe we have another recon either, so we're probably going to just let this thing go as it comes toward the coastline. Let's see. Yeah, Harold is a tropical storm. Packing winds currently of 45 miles an hour, just off the Texas coast, east of Brownsville, and it's moving very rapidly. This thing will be in Mexico this evening, so that's definitely a thing as well.
That was awesome.
Make a phone call to Brandon Clement real quick. Well, I said that, and then my phone said
Patty will pass that on to Brett. Patty says tell Brett he has to get some Gulf seafood from the restaurant under the JFK Bridge. We'll have to pass that on to him later today as they get done with covering this event. Getting a little bit of choppiness back again, getting away from cell phone towers as they move south of the Corpus Christi area. Again, we are about to see landfall of Tropical Storm Harold. So you guys are asking, when was this thing named? Of course, went to bed last night. It was Tropical Depression number 9. They officially named this after midnight on one of the early morning advisories. And as of the last update from the National Hurricane Center that we'll look at, getting closer to 10 o'clock, we'll have another advisory come in here, top of the hour. But let me flip you back over to our computer source just for a minute. And there is the center of Tropical Storm Harold, again, just about to come on shore south of Corpus Christi, Texas. Trying to wrap up just a little bit there as it is approaching land. But maximum sustained winds still around 45 miles per hour as of our 7 a.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. Moving west-northwest at 18 miles per hour at that time. Tropical storm warnings continue for those areas in blue. Brownsville up through the Corpus Christi area. And then notice by this afternoon, that little S there, deep South Texas, that's where the center should be by 1 p.m. And then by 1 a.m. tonight in Mexico and moving northwest rather rapidly. So again, there is the there's the latest advisory, I should say, from the National Hurricane Center. There's your satellite images as well. There's that big feeder band east and southeast of the center. That's what's going to continue to rotate inward or inland in deep South Texas today, bringing some much needed rainfall. And quickly, let's go back to radar. There's your current radar image again, showing the center coming in just south of Corpus Christi. Not a lot down here. You see there on Padre Island is where this thing's coming in. Just not a lot of population. Notice on the live feed there, you've got the road, but you don't have any buildings, you don't have any condos, you don't have a lot of anything. So this thing's coming in a pretty unpopulated area, but again, most of the heavy rainfall is along and north of that center circulation, and it will continue to rotate up into the Corpus Christi area as we go throughout the day today. Let's go back to Brett full screen.
Pay upon leaving. All right, Harold is strengthened, is up to 50 and has reformed to the north.
Brett is in a GMC Yukon on this trip, one of his backup chase vehicles. So, yeah, I think they'll be pretty good ground clearance on that. A good point. Yep, don't want to get him stuck in the sand today. You just heard him say right there on the stream before we're losing his video feed again due to no cell phone signal down there. New advisory coming out at 10 a.m. We don't have it in officially from the National Hurricane Center, but I do have it in from one of our radar sources here. Quickly, there you go. Maximum sustained winds up to 50 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure 1,000 millibars. Moving west-northwest at 21 miles per hour. So his forward speed has picked up a good bit since the earlier advisory. Now, that is not the new track. Notice how it looks kind of funky with that little looping southward. That's the old track and the new position from the National Hurricane Center. So we'll get the new track here after the 10 o'clock Central Time hour. But again, maximum sustained winds now up to 50 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure 1,000 millibars as of the 10 a.m. NHC advisory. Just wanted to pass that along to you. And Patty, I believe it is four-wheel drive. I'm not 100% on that, but I believe it is four-wheel drive. Sunshine Rose says, seems northern Mexico and southern U.S. border is getting heavily rain and flooded lately. Yep, there you go. Much needed rain because it is very, very dry in this area. Morning, Virginia. Glad to have you watching. We'll go back to Brett full screen. He's kind of in a bad service area right now. That's why the video keeps cutting in and out. Not a lot down there where he is. But we'll get radar back up here and we'll go back to him full screen. As you guys say, cell phone service gets worse the further south he's going. So possibly at the visitor center, we may get some cell phone service back there, John is saying, but looks like they got the road closed right there. Let's go back full screen. All right, guys, we continue to ride along with Brett, Adair, and Heath in the Chaser Mobile in South Texas today. A little bit of cell phone coverage issues, of course, there near the state park. As expected, no cell phone towers out there, not a lot of population. But we'll see if we get his live feedback here in just a second. Yeah, looks like they did, Patty. Looks like you can't go any further. They had the road blocked off, moving southward there. So we'll see if they have to turn around and go back north, back towards Corpus Christi. We're getting the really first big band coming in. Notice how that wind was picking up. Rain's going sideways. Wind's probably 30 to 40 miles per hour there at their location. The center of Harold looks like it is crossing land right now. It's just about to make official landfall, probably around 10 a.m. when the National Hurricane Center will call it as an official landfall. But again, maximum sustained winds increased up to 50 miles per hour as of this latest update, just about to come out. Don't have that official yet on the graphics, but we'll keep checking our graphic. We'll keep refreshing until we get that updated. Still showing the 7 a.m. advisory on the National Hurricane Center website. Still a little bit early. We're still before 10 o'clock. But again, hopefully we'll be getting an update from the National Hurricane Center here, probably expected in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. I continue to watch the satellite data of Harold, and you can really see, let me switch you over to what I'm looking at here, there. Notice that explosion of thunderstorms there. Love the satellite, love the Tropical Tidbits website. That's what we're using here today for the tropical satellite. But again, notice that explosion of thunderstorms there right along the coastline. That is where we're seeing that center kind of redevelop, as the National Hurricane Center said. And that center of circulation was a little bit further south, but it's now redeveloping a little bit further north. And it's looking fairly decent on radar. And had that little, I won't call it an eye, it's a tropical storm. It's not technically an eye. It's a center of circulation. But again, it did look like a little eye wall type structure. Again, I'm using that term very loosely because that's not really what it is. But there you can see the center of Tropical Storm Harold just coming on shore southeast of the Sarita and the Riviera, Texas area. And like all tropical storms, notice how it's lopsided. That's why it's not an eye wall, because the whole eastern side of the circulation is wide open. There's just nothing there. So the western side of the circulation and the northern side of the circulation, so we've got that big tropical rain band and wind coming in. That's going to rotate up into the Corpus Christi area over the next 30 minutes, probably to an hour. And we'll have to see if we have any flooding starting to develop there along the coastline. And if we have any surge issues, it's probably going to be, again, along and north of that center of circulation from Corpus Christi up to the Ingleside on the Bay and Ingleside area, all the way up to maybe Rockport. Probably not. That's probably too far north. The winds are just not that strong to get a lot of surge action from this tropical storm. But again, some minor surge issues are possible along and north of that. Again, I'd say 1 to 2 foot storm surge probably are going to be just about as bad as it gets, thankfully from the system. It's nice being able to cover a tropical storm and not be talking about major impacts, because you guys remember last year we had Ian, and of course we had Nicole come in and just do a number on Florida. Tell you what, we've got a pretty cool piece of video that we need to roll while we're waiting on Brett's cell phone video to come back, his dash cam video. So let's go and roll our hurricane footage that we've got, a really good package here put together by B. Dean Berry from Live Storms Media, and then we'll be back here right after this, so don't go anywhere. Okay, that didn't want to play. Let me try that again. Give me just a second, guys. I love when I have something queued up, ready to go, and then you click the button and it's like, no, we're not going to do that. So give me just a second. Let me see why that didn't play. All right, let's go back to radar while we are working on that video. You guys, keep your questions, comments coming in chat. Whizzleman, glad to have you with us this morning. Again, hopefully we'll have Dave with us in the studio here in just a little bit later today. Virginia, anything about the storm going into Florida? Virginia, nothing. If you're talking about the crazy TikTok stuff last week or whenever that was, yeah, right now there's no storms going to be impacting Florida. 0 storms. Could there be storms impacting Florida this year? Of course, but there's nothing on the radar. No pun intended. There's nothing on the models. There's nothing on the radar that's going to be impacting Florida over the next little bit. Good question. Thank you for that. All right, let me try to load this video up again for you guys. Wizzleman, supposedly there was a strong tornado on the ground west of Corpus Christi a little bit ago. I know we did have a tornado warning earlier. So, Wizzleman, thank you for that report. Haven't seen any storm report from the National Weather Service on that just yet. Hopefully we'll get one in the next little bit. But here comes our hurricane package. I'm getting it reloaded up, ready to go for you guys while we're waiting on Brett's cell phone signal to come back. You guys keep the chats coming. I will monitor chat and I will answer all your questions right when we get back from this video piece. So again, we're just waiting on Brett's cell phone coverage to come back. And while we're doing that, we're going to roll this awesome hurricane piece, talking about hurricane preparation and talking about what we saw last year from B. Dean Barry. There we go. Let's roll that beautiful bean footage.
The 2023 Atlantic hurricane season is already underway, and while we've already seen some storms out of this season, we have to go back to 2022 to see what we can expect for this year. Historically, preceding years can offer a glimpse into the next year's action. In 2022, the Colorado State University issued this forecast, predicting 18 named storms, with 8 of those being hurricanes and 4 being major hurricanes. The actual count at the end of the year was 14 named storms, with 8 being hurricanes and 2 being major. A very close prediction, displaying odd similarities to this year, as the season seemed to start cold before exploding in the month of September. September would see 4 hurricanes, including the season's only 2 major hurricanes, Category 4 Fiona and Category 5 Ian. Fiona would form over the Atlantic and slam into Puerto Rico, destroying local infrastructure and totaling homes and businesses, altering life on the island, and then moving to the north, off into the Atlantic, to slam into Atlantic Canada. Soon to follow would be Category 5 Hurricane Ian, which would carve across Cuba and slam into western Florida, making landfall at Cayo Costa. It heavily damaged the areas around Naples and Fort Myers, causing $13 billion in damage and killing 161 people all in told. The storm would carve its way across Florida, destroying the eastern seawall protections as a tropical storm, before re-intensifying to Category 1 and making landfall at Georgetown in South Carolina. This landfall of Ian would cause damage from around the Charleston, South Carolina area up to North Myrtle Beach, wiping out multiple historic piers. All things considered, Ian proved to be the worst storm of the 2022 hurricane season. And only a month later, Hurricane Nicole formed in the Atlantic, proving to be the second latest hurricane to strike the United States and the latest hurricane to strike Florida's east coast in recorded history. Hurricane Nicole landed as a Category 1 hurricane at Vero Beach, Florida, and, due to its wave action against unprotected shores, collapsed 50 homes and businesses into the sea in Volusia County alone. With a gigantic wind field, its effects were felt far from the center, and it brought the highest intercoastal waterway flooding and highest ocean levels in Jacksonville's history. Nicole would cause $1 billion in damage and kill 11 people throughout its run. So how is 2023 stacking up against 2022? Colorado State University has predicted 18 named storms, with 9 being hurricanes and 4 being major hurricanes. Already this year, we have seen 5 storms of this class, an unnamed tropical storm in January that was upgraded on further review. June saw 3 tropical storms of no effect on the mainland United States, and July has seen the first hurricane of the season, Category 1 Don, which never made landfall anywhere and spun in the open Atlantic. However, the season is developing along similar lines to 2022, so we encourage you to stay tuned here to LSM TV, to our team of experienced meteorologists, David Neal, Drew Richards, and Brett Adair. What else can you do to keep you and your family safe this season? Follow the forecast of the National Hurricane Center. Follow all tropical watches and warnings from the National Weather Service. Know your evacuation routes and when to evacuate. And make sure that pets, elderly family members, and children are well taken care of and accounted for. Keep and maintain an emergency supply kit. Have adequate supplies of food and water and prescription medications. And stay with the team you trust from the studio, the beachfront, and your front door. For LSM TV, I'm B. Dean Barry.
All right, and thank you for that awesome package. And I know just before we took that, we're waiting on Brett's cam to come back. We still don't have him. You'd see him up there at the top if we had his live feed, so we're still waiting on cell phone coverage to come back. But we had a question about the hurricane expected to impact Florida. There you go. There's our 7-day graphical outlook from the National Hurricane Center. So this is the official data source from the Weather Service, and we're tracking Franklin. Gert is weakening, and Gert's no longer going to be an issue. We're tracking Harold, of course, in Texas today, and then a couple other areas way out in the Atlantic that may try to form but look like they're going to go north. So let's look at Franklin real quick because, again, there was a little bit of question about possibly the system that would impact Florida. So notice Franklin's track. It does stay a tropical storm for the next little bit through the end of the week, and then it is expected to form into a hurricane by this weekend. And you see that starting to turn back to the west just a little bit. But we're talking about, here we are on Tuesday, and we're looking all the way out through Sunday, and there's no impacts expected at all from Franklin. And I think most of the impacts will likely stay off to the east of Florida as well. Here's our GFS computer model as we go through. We looked at this a little bit earlier. We'll look at this briefly again. There comes Harold coming into South Texas today, ends up over the mountain of the Rocky Mountain area in the Four Corners region by tonight and tomorrow, producing a little bit more in the way of shower and thunderstorm activity. And then as we go through Thursday, notice Franklin off the northern edge of Puerto Rico there, east of the Bahamas. And then that thing does really start to strengthen as we get into the weekend. But again, notice how it's just kind of hanging out there, not really moving much until we get through Sunday and into Monday of next week. It starts to move to the northwest just a little bit. And then the steering currents try to pick that thing up and pull it more to the north and eventually the northeast, missing the east coast of the United States. Definitely good news there. Here we are at Wednesday, August 30th. No tropical impacts expected at that time unless something forms again that the models aren't picking up on. So from now through the end of the month, again, we've got Harold today coming on shore. We've got Franklin that we'll continue to watch off the East Coast, but I don't see any immediate threats to Florida or anywhere else along the East Coast at this time. We'll have to keep an eye on Franklin, make sure something crazy doesn't happen and it sneak back further to the west. But I think that was, who was that? Let me go back here. Virginia said, heard from another weather person saying there was a Florida threat. I'm sorry, Virginia. Look, I'm going to tell you guys the truth. We're here to give you the honest and the most truthful information we can. And unfortunately, there's a lot of weather people, especially on YouTube these days. They don't do it for the right reasons. They do it for the views. So you kind of have to be very careful where you get your source of information. Now, there are a few out there that I love watching, and there's many out there that do an excellent job and are 100% truthful and 100% not for the clickbait titles. So I do, like I said, just take your weather information with a grain of salt until you know for sure that is official from the National Hurricane Center. Let's see. Water temps, Grifter asking in chat. Water temps are warm. Yeah, very, very warm in the Gulf of Mexico, and they will continue to stay warm for the foreseeable future. There's your Atlantic satellite that I wanted to show you. So that shows you, again, not a lot going on other than Harold and Franklin. Franklin right in the middle of your screen there, just off the northern tip of South America. And then there's Harold coming into Texas today. Nice dip in the jet stream across the northeastern part of the USA. Notice that bringing in some cool air and some nice weather conditions for Maine, parts of New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts. So a gorgeous day up there today. And looking further east there, out in the Atlantic, there's another wave coming off of Africa that we'll have to watch. But right now, Franklin and Harold is the only things that we've got to worry about in the Atlantic basin. As I'm going back, there's your 7-day tropical outlook from the National Hurricane Center. Gert was out there. Gert was a tropical storm, formed a couple days ago, but it's just fell apart since then. So yeah, we had Emily that formed, Gert formed, Franklin formed, Harold formed. We've had 4 or 5 systems just in the last week, but thankfully the only impacts to the lower 48 have been Harold on the East Coast and the Gulf, and then of course Hillary out west coming off the Pacific, which unfortunately produced a lot of flooding for our California friends. Let's go back to radar, and let's go back and see if we've got Brett's feed. Yeah, that's right. A little bit lost. People say, why would you live in an area that gets so many tornadoes? Well, I know zero about evacuation routes or what to do during an earthquake. So everybody, you've got something to deal with. You're right. No matter where you are, earthquakes out on the West Coast, wildfires in some locations as well. And then, of course, hurricanes along the coast, tornadoes where I am down here in the Southeast and out in the Midwest. So, yeah, no matter where you live, blizzards in the northern plains, of course, in the wintertime. So, yeah, you've got your weather issues that you have to deal with no matter where you are. You just need to know what to do in the event that you are impacted from those and have a plan in place. That's the most important thing. Mustang James, what you're grabbing a quick lunch. What are you having at Firehouse, Mustang James? Sounds good. Love me some Firehouse subs. That sounds good. Hey guys, I'm gonna have to not right now. Does anybody do the grocery orders? We've got a grocery delivery coming to the studio here in a few minutes. We'll have to. If we don't have Brett back here in just a minute, we'll have to take radar full and wait for his camera to come back. He's in a dead zone again. That's why we're here doing studio coverage, because we've been riding along with Brett all morning, but he is in a dead zone. No cell phone signal where he is south of Corpus Christi. He's on Padre Island, and hopefully we'll get his camera feedback here in just a few minutes. I'm monitoring that off screen, but still don't have him. Watching feed from Brian Mfinger. Now, guys, remember, I hope you have this. I hope you have it. I hope you have it already. But if you don't know already, there's a really cool app from Live Storms Media that you can download on your phone. It's called Live Chasing. So if you go to the App Store, you can literally just type in on Google or on iPhone, Live Chasing, and I'll show you what it looks like. That's what the icon looks like. It's a white cloud with a yellow lightning bolt underneath. If my camera would focus, sorry about that. So download that app, because that will allow you to, when we are not live here on YouTube, that will allow you to watch all of the Livestorm Media video feeds coming in. I'm watching Bob Pack and Brian Mfinger off screen, and you can actually load those up. Don't go anywhere. So, of course, keep it here with us today. We're going to be here all day, but keep your phone or your iPad, and you'll be able to monitor our other chaser feeds as we go throughout the day today. So a really cool app to have. We've had that for many, many years available to you. Probably, my goodness, I don't know when that come out. 8 or 9 years ago, I would say. One of my favorite apps way before live streaming was cool. People have been live streaming for a long time on the Live Chasing app. And I used to tornadoes back in Oklahoma, Texas, springtime, big time events. I would have a phone, iPad, laptop, computer. We'd have 3 or 4 streams going all at one time, watching all the storm chasers out in the field. So like I said, check that out. Live Chasing app on Google Play and the Apple App Store. And when we're not live here on YouTube, you'll be able to see all the live chaser feeds in there. You can pull it up on a map display and see where everybody is in the country. And you'll see their icon pop up. Let's see if I can show you that. So there's what the map looks like. Notice the little green icons there in Texas. That's our live chasers that have video going. Orange icons just mean that is a chaser, but they're not streaming live video at this time. So again, check out that live chasing app whenever you are available to do so. So from the National Hurricane Center, just got advised, we do have an official landfall from Tropical Storm Harold. We do have the 10 a.m. advisory as well. So let's get that pulled up for you. Let me switch our source back over to the National Hurricane Center window. So there you go. There's your key messages as of 10 a.m. for Tropical Storm Harold. Heavy rainfall is expected to continue across South Texas through early Wednesday and may produce areas of flash and urban flooding across portions of northern Mexico as well. Flash flooding possible with landslides in the mountainous terrain is expected through Wednesday. Coastal flooding is possible along South Texas coast through this afternoon. Tropical storm conditions are expected to continue in the warning area for the next several hours. So on average, 2 to 4 inches of rain expected, 4 to 6 inches of rain possible in the mountainous terrain in Mexico as the system continues to move in. Let's get our public advisory text. There you go. Harold makes landfall on Padre Island, Texas as of 10 a.m. Maximum sustained winds 50 miles per hour. Moving west-northwest at 21 miles per hour. And minimum central pressure 998 millibars, or 29.47 inches on the barometer. So no changes with this advisory for the watches and the warnings. Tropical storm warnings continue from the mouth of the Rio Grande to Port O'Connor in Texas. Tropical storm watch continues from Port O'Connor, Texas to Sargent, Texas. And of course, tropical storm warning means that tropical storm conditions are expected within that area. So there's your discussion from the National Hurricane Center. Center of Harold made landfall on Padre Island around 10 a.m. We called that about 30 minutes ago. If you're tracking along at home, 27.1 north, 97.4 west. Did any of you guys, look, I'm going to show my age here for a minute. Did any of you guys used to track hurricanes on an old-fashioned paper map? Let me know in chat. Because when I was a kid, I used to listen to the weather radio for the updates from the National Hurricane Center. And every time they would release an update, pretty much unless I was asleep, I had my tracking map, my hurricane tracking map, at home, and you would be able to plot the coordinates from the National Hurricane Center, and I would plot if it was a depression, a tropical storm, a hurricane. Oh my goodness, yeah. We've come a long way since the 80s and 90s, that's for sure, because now I don't have to track anything. I can just pull it up on the internet, right? Chris says, yep, Chris used to track on the old school maps. Good morning from Monterrey, Mexico. Very cloudy and rainy there as well. Sunshine Rose, Indiana is sunshine today. Haven't checked the temp. Yeah, it's nice in a lot of places. Let's go back to our national map here. And let me close this out. So there you go. If you're in Indiana, lots of sunshine today, but you are in some type of heat alert there in Indiana. Northern Indiana is under an excessive heat watch, and then southern Indiana, that pink shade of color, that's an excessive heat warning for lots and lots of heat and humidity there. Let me refresh Brett's feed, see if we can get him pulled back up, because he's been offline for about 10 minutes or so. Yep, and my grocery delivery is about to be here to the studio. So we're going to take radar here. In just a few minutes, I'll run upstairs, get all that put up, and then we'll be back here. Hopefully we'll have Brett's feedback when I get back. But there's all your heat alerts across the large chunk of the country. And then there is our tropical storm that we are now tracking coming into southern Texas. Is that a new flash flood warning, looks like? Yep. Let's talk about this flash flood warning right fast. So we've got that big rain mass coming in. Brand new flash flood warning issued. Let's get you the warning text on that pulled up. It's going to be for South Central Aransas County, Kleberg County, Nucleus County, and San Patricio County, all in South Central Texas. That's a flash flood warning that goes until 12:45. At 9:46 a.m., Doppler radar indicated bands of heavy rainfall from Tropical Storm Harold moving into the area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall is 1 to 2 inches in 1 hour. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. So again, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as poor drainage and low-lying areas. So it includes Corpus Christi, Kingsville area, Portland, Robstown, the Corpus Christi International Airport, and the Ingleside on the Bay area, all included in that brand new not tropical storm warning, flash flood warning for Corpus Christi, Ingleside, Driscoll, Bishop, Kingsville, Ricardo, and the Riviera, Texas area. There you go, Storm Chaser Lance. The season is a bust so far, he says. Like last year, Houston is burning. No rain at all. Well, Storm Chaser Lance, makes me nervous calling things a bust, though, when we're not quite to the peak of hurricane season. So let's get through September. Let's get through October, and then we'll be able to look back and kind of see what this season brought us. But, yeah, we're early. You know, we're still in August, and historically we don't see a lot of activity until we get into September and October. So, yeah, water hose and a big water bill to go along with it. I hear that, Lance. You're right. Are you crazy, Mike says, or is there a tornado just northwest of the radar station on velocity? Let's look. Are you talking about the Corpus Christi radar, Mike? Mike, you are not crazy. That may not be a tornado on the ground, but yeah, we've definitely got rotation near San Patricio and the Ed Roy area, Odom, Texas. Yeah, good eyes, Mike. That is definitely an area of rotation that we'll have to watch. Let's loop that. Yeah, there's your loop showing your velocity couplet and the heavy rainfall there just northwest of Corpus Christi. So for sure, yeah, a little bit of rotation. That's what we're going to have to watch today as this tropical storm continues to move inland. Spin-up tornadoes will be possible throughout the day and into the afternoon hours. Very good eyes, Mike. Yes, storm shadow. Lance, I don't know what it's going to take to get this high pressure to get out of here, right? I mean, it may take a big hurricane to come in and try to come underneath the high pressure. Yeah, this is just the high pressure that never wants to end for you guys in Houston and many other places across the country. I feel you on that. We were stuck here in the southeast in Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee. You know, we were stuck in a stormy pattern for about 2 weeks at the beginning of the month. High pressure was out across the plains. We were getting all those thunderstorm complexes coming into our area. We had rain for like 12 days straight here. We got sick of it. We were like, we're never going to see the sunshine again. But I'm telling you, once that cold front come through and dried us out, we hadn't seen a drop of rain now in about a week. And it looks like it may be another week or two before we have rainfall in our area. And again, you guys have went months so far without rain out there. So yeah, I can't imagine how miserable you guys are with that. Whizzleman. One strong possible. Yeah, we had a tornado warning earlier southeast of the Corpus Christi area. I have yet to see any official word that touched down, but we'll have to see if we get a storm report from the National Weather Service on that. But we'll definitely watch that area of rotation northwest of Corpus Christi. All right, guys, here's what we're going to do. Got to go upstairs and get the groceries inside. We're going to go to... Wish we had Brett back. We've still got Brett in a no cell phone coverage area. So I'm just going to go on mute just for a minute. We're going to turn on some background music. How about that? Y'all loved our background music that we had the last time. So we're going to turn on some low background music just for a minute. So just sitting there with silence. And then I'm going to step upstairs away just for a minute. Hopefully when I get back, we'll have Brett's feed back up here in the top. And we'll take him back full screen. But we're going to leave it on radar here for about 5-10 minutes. And we'll be back here in just a few. Don't go anywhere.
good shot.
They merged. That road's up a big water up there.
To the right or to the left?
Right. See if they go through it.
There's a little bit of water out here. A little bit. This is just the general direction we're going. So it's a right at this red light. You're good.
I got the little palm shed stuck in her fender well.
Mm-hmm.
There's you a shot. And the next car pulls through. There's me a shot right there too.
Let's get. No kidding. I ain't got another car to do a lot yet, so guess what? You know what? We could probably pull through right over there and wait on it because it comes right through it, right?
And get a good contract.
Need help, Beard. Right now I'm busy. Oh yeah. Oh, they come right there. Yeah. Let's take a look. Right here, hold up. I'll Texas flag shot. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Ah! Stupid water. And you got it all the way down here. I see that. There's a bunch of heavy equipment down there too. Oh yeah, here they come on. Yeah, big water. Oh yeah. Of course. Can't take it on that. Pull out right here. I don't even care. Pull out. Okay. Flip.
Okay. Just take the little thing and flip it up.
I can't get the flip up is the problem.
That tail.
It won't move. Hold on. Just this fucking truck. I'm about to my wit's end with all this shit. Just quit it. Where's those rags at? The 2 microfiber ones?
Right there. I know. I'm not on it.
All right.
It's in a bag.
All right.
I got it. R we go.
Huh?
So R we go.
Yeah.
Yard.
My God.
Alright, good.
Yeah, I know. I don't understand why it's all such crap though.
And intermittent.
This is brutal. I ain't worried about that camera. It's gonna get wet if I'm gonna get any shots. Yeah, I know. I know. It's just fogged up. You got a drip or two. The easiest way to actually get this shot yep. Here's a line of them. So pull up.
And shoot across me.
Nope. You're gonna let me shoot this way.
Okay.
Because the wind's coming that way right now. It's changing. Blown up.
Okay.
Right here. Perfect. Would you cut on? Cannot have AC on in a hurricane. Like ever. That's just internal fog.
Yep.
Shot. Maybe that side of the road over there. Maybe.
Yeah.
We can get up there. This is full. This hole's filling up. I'm trying to figure out if I can get behind the truck to block me a little bit.
Well, I'm thinking it's coming right here. It's happening right here where they're pulling through and it's first flashing right here. And they got a long spray right here. You can see right here.
If anything comes down the pipe, that's even out.
Inbound.
Nope. Can't say nothing with this fogged ass lens. Is that the state?
It's contractor.
Warm up, baby, warm up. There we go. Okie dokie. Alright, let's stream some of this crap, I guess. Yeah, here comes maybe able to get them out my window here. Backing me up and turn me or whatever you gotta do right here. Thermals acclimated. distance, a lot of water was apparently detected there. That's that big cable anyway. Leaking over here. Okay. Crisis averted slightly. Christ. Is that station? No, that's a different one.
Hey guys, if you're watching on the LSM page, which many of you are, had a little audio gremlin come in. So if you're watching on the Adair YouTube channel, I've been monitoring. For some reason, Brett's audio is not going through on the LSM channel, but our audio is. So I'm trying to figure out what caused that to stop, because we did have audio earlier. We do have audio going through on Brett's YouTube. So give you a good opportunity, if you haven't already, to go over and check out Brett's new YouTube channel. We're streaming the same coverage there today, so we're trying to build that channel up. Most of his live streams, his live chases, will be done on that channel, and we'll be doing the live studio coverage with Dave on the LSM channel from here on out. So make sure you go over and look for @BamaStormChaser on YouTube. Subscribe there. Like I said, I'm trying to figure out why the audio is not coming on the LSM channel. Kimmy, I noticed that. But if you want Brett's audio until I figure out what caused that, jump over to Brett's YouTube channel and watch the same coverage. We're going to be on live on both channels all day today. And again, hopefully we'll get Dave Neal in the studio with us later today as well, if he feels up to it. And we'll be here again riding along with Brett. So while I'm working on that audio issue, like I said, you can jump off and jump over to Brett's YouTube channel. Just look up @BamaStormChaser on YouTube. And we've got full audio going out over there. I'm going to continue to work on this little issue, though, behind the scenes. back there.
Were they?
Yeah.
Oh, they're laying in the water, boss. Is that
Oh,
power lines or
pump.
cable? Cable. Oh, which ones those are?
Yeah, that's whole time.
Yeah.
My bad.
Landfall on Padre Island. Okay, got a buddy there. The area around Delmar College has a bunch of power lines down. One pole is on fire near Ponder Street. Go 8.6 miles. This is like going full downtown is where it's at. But hello. Something like that. It just made landfall and then the old Padre stuff. Not really anything yet. Yeah. Yes. Don't care, I guess. They don't seem like it, at least. Yeah. Yep. They don't have much of an opinion at the moment. Like, and then hope TV doesn't wire us back. It has anything to do with that. I think it has to do with work. They don't want to change what they're doing. It's what I think. I don't know. Yeah. We'll find out pretty soon, I'm sure. they wanted out of it, retained it, and got money. So I don't know. I don't know. That was the most valuable piece of it. I know that. So I don't know. We're gonna find out probably next few weeks, though. There'll be changes, I'm sure. Very true. Very, very true. No, you're not wrong. Just down here, doing a little bit of, hold on, there you go, man. Just down here doing a little bit of content, trying to find something. There's a little bit here, a little bit there.
All right, guys, still in the studio watching your chat. Appreciate you guys watching this afternoon. Again, if you're watching on the LSM channel, we do have sound. For some reason, it's not going across the LSM feed. It's coming across the meteorologist Brett Adair channel. So if you'll scroll up just a little bit and see that link I put in chat, you can go over there and watch the live feed. And we've got his dash cam audio coming through. Still trying to figure out why that was working earlier and now why it's not working anymore. So I'll continue to troubleshoot that. We've got two different feeds going out. Like I said today, we're streaming here on the Live Storms Media channel, and we're streaming on Brett's new channel. So go over and like that, subscribe to that, get notifications, because again, most of his Storm Chase live video will be on his channel, and we'll be doing the LSM feed, studio feed with all of our chasers here, probably going forward with David Neal. Love David to death, so he'll be here on the LSM side probably later today and in all future events. So Jackie, there you go. Still trying to figure out why the feed audio cut out on the LSM feed. You've got my studio audio just fine. Mike's coming through just fine. So I've got to figure out why Brett's dash cam is not feeding through to that feed. But again, appreciate you guys tuning in today. Got several watching. Landfall was made around 10 o'clock this morning, about 50 minutes ago, from Tropical Storm Harold. Rainfall continues in around the Corpus Christi area. Brett, we've been riding along with full screen, and we'll go to radar full here just for a minute. Notice there's the center of circulation well south of Corpus Christi, but most of the heavy rainfall is there in the Corpus Christi area, and it is coming westward around the northern side of that circulation area. Watch out for some flooding. We've got a flash flood warning issued for the Corpus Christi, Ingleside, Kingsville, Ricardo, Riviera, Texas area, and the northern part of Padre Island. But as you heard Brett saying right there on the audio before we come back to the studio, we're having some flooding in spots, but nothing widespread, thankfully. And I don't think we're going to have a major flood issue from this storm today. Looking at the regional view, satellite and radar, beautiful loop there. Storm coming into deep South Texas today. Brownsville is hanging out like what in the world is going on? We've got a little bit of west breeze, filtered sunshine, and McAllen over to Brownsville, Texas. Not a lot from the system. Unfortunately, it's staying just north of you guys. But Laredo up to Freer, and of course Corpus Christi, all the way up to near the Victoria, Texas area. Lots of heavy rain moving in, and again, much needed rainfall. Pretty bad drought conditions in this area. So let's go back to Brett full screen.
right here. No, it ain't. Keep going. Sorry. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That was it. Right here. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
No, I like. Don't tell me I am stupid today.
No, you're good. You are good. Apparently, there's power lines over down by this college, so we'll go see. Left split right here. .6 miles to Baldwin Boulevard. Yep. And then take a right at the red light. So it's around the campus somewhere down there. Look, the insulation ripped out from underneath that awning.
Going to create more work for them.
We're in a dry spot. We gotta wipe that window. School's right over in this area. Oh, I see a bunch of, it's windy over here. Alright, this is all the college area. Wiener Schnitzel. Delmar College. So it's all right around here.
Right.
You can. I just don't believe we're gonna find much in the way of anything over here.
tell you what, right up this road. And we'll get back on that highway if you don't see anything that takes us back where your GPS is at.
Hey guys, just briefly wanted to let you know if you're watching over on the LSM channel, got that audio issue resolved. So you should be hearing the dash cam feed from Brett. Sorry about that. We figured out what the issue was. Still tracking Tropical Storm Harold. I can't say that today. But again, thanks for tuning in. We're here monitoring your live chat, comments, and we'll be here all day riding along with Brett Adair in southern Texas. Patty says he's in the wrong part of town. Uh-oh, Patty. But again, you guys, Jackie, we got that sound fixed over on the LSM channel. If you're here watching on the Brett Adair channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button because we're going to be doing a lot more content on Brett's channel as well as forecast information leading up to big weather events. So hit that notification bell as well to get notified. Let's go back to Brett full screen.
Let him go. She was gonna go anyway. All right.
He's a Kurt Cobain fan.
I saw that. Having fun yet? That's what I'm talking about. EF4s and 5s yet? Yeah, that's what it did over here. Through a lot of power lines. There was cars that were in water up to the rooftops. Well, I've seen a couple of people struggling to walk in the wind, but I will tell you this. I did see the one guy in a hover around with an oxygen tank and a poncho on, and he was doing really good.
Wearing Nirvana shirt.
A hover around with O2 tank and a poncho, and he was cool. He was rolling. He made it out. He made it alive. Made it alive. Oh, we seen one popped power line guide wire. Yeah.
So extreme.
Not yet.
Brett had to calm me down.
Oh yeah, I thought Hayes was gonna have a conniption stroke over here. Yep. Now we're on the backside and it's over. I just want to see some fantastic food or something down here that this place is supposedly known for. I don't know. Nah. Yeah, they had pretty good food last night. We went to a place, Boathouse or something like that. It was pretty good.
Best onion rings ever.
The onion rings were fires. Everything. Homemade. Is it? I thought it was down. Oh, okay, so it didn't have anything left to do. I got you. Yeah, I see the center's about to cross 77. Is that where y'all are at down there? Oh, I see. You're way northwest. Okay. Gotcha. Well. Yep. Y'all going back to Austin to fly out? I got you. When y'all flying out this afternoon? Well, if this heads up that way. Oh, tomorrow morning? I got you. I ain't really decided what we're gonna do yet. I think we're gonna throw a little content up. Probably go back and load our stuff up when we get a little dry slot here and figure it out real quick. Yep, I believe it. Oh, I believe that too. Do what now? Oh, really? It was so big. It was huge. It was. Yeah, it was 14 feet. Just so you're aware, it was 14 feet. It started to kind of try to do something, but just not enough time. Oh yeah. Well, that's the reason you got that out. What you got out of Hannah was it was moving so slow. Yeah, but it wasn't moving 22. Yeah, a little and very unexpected. Yeah. No, I know, I get it. Yeah, no, that's what they tell me. I'm waiting to see if Bermuda's going to get a hit from Franklin. If it looks like it's going to come close, because it'll probably be bigger by the time it gets there with those SSTs, I'll go for that. I know. Yep. Actually, no. You can get a AAA driver's license. That's what Jim does. That's what he was telling us to do for international. Do what now? Let's see. Oh, wow. doing it now. Well, I don't know. I know what he's trying to do. Trying to keep it at 25 because if they go to court and we have to fight through it, more bills. Yeah. I don't know that we can hold at 28 with an offer. I don't. I would tell him hold at 28, but 25 is where we would accept. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Alright. Alright. I just responded back to him, so we shall see. Let me know what's going on later. We're running around just checking things out. Yep, that sounds phenomenal. Just let me know what you're thinking. I'm just down around the Corpus area right now. I'm not really moving too much because I still got to go get my clothes and stuff, my suitcases. Not far. Around right here at the place in Corpus. Yeah, it ain't far. Oh yeah. Looks like EFIs. That's what I'm saying. I'm excited to see the EFIs. No, I see the things east of Beeville and everything. They're all. There you go. Put it all together for you. I love it. All right, let me know what you see.
Hey guys, still riding along. Brett Adair out tracking Tropical Storm Harold. Say that 5 times fast like I keep doing this morning and messing it up. Harold made landfall around 10 a.m. south of Corpus Christi, Texas. We've got a new tornado warning we briefly need to talk about. West of Corpus Christi, out near the Ballas, out near Alice, Texas, not Ballas, Texas. And that is a radar indicated tornado warning we're going to talk about real quick. There's our polygon on camera. We'll get the warning text real quick for you. And again, it's a brand new tornado warning, expires in about 30 minutes, goes until 11:45 a.m. Just issued for central Duval County in south central Texas. And let's flip over to velocity and you'll see why. A little bit of area rotation in there. Moving west-southwest, this is going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near San Jose or 7 miles southwest of San Diego, Texas. moving west at 35 miles per hour. Again, this is a radar indicated rotation moving near the Rialtos and Benavides, Texas area. I probably messed that up. But again, take cover now. Radar indicated tornado moving southwest. And if anything, it looks a little bit weaker than it did just a few scans ago. So good news there. Let's go back to Brett full screen. All right, I believe we lost Brett briefly, so we'll keep it here in the studio while we're waiting on his feed to come back. Let's flip back to our regional radar view. There is Tropical Storm Harold, again making landfall. 2 tornado warnings now popping up. Notice we've got 2 red polygons there west of the Corpus Christi area. We'll get the other tornado warning details for you here in just a second. That hasn't even popped up on my other radar image, so let's do... All right, the southern tornado warning is going to be for central Duval for the southern. The northern one looks like the new one. That's going to be for McMullen, Duval, and Live Oak County in south central Texas. That's the one heading towards the Freer area. It's going to be tornado warning goes until 11:45 a.m. At 11:13, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near River Creek Acres or near George West, moving west at 80 miles per hour. They say this tornado is moving west at 80 miles per hour. Wow, that's impressive. Maybe it's hypo, but we're going to assume it's not. This is going to be near the Clegg area around 11:25, Loma Alta and Seven Sisters around 11:35. So again, Clegg, Texas, possible tornado impacting you in about 10 minutes. The Loma Alta and the Seven Sisters area at about 11:35 a.m. possible tornado. This also includes the following highways: U.S. Highway 281 between mile markers 636 and 646, and then U.S. Highway 59 between mile markers 728 and 766. Again, a possible tornado in McMullen, Live Oak, and Duval counties in Texas, well west of the Corpus Christi area. We've got another tornado warning just come out for the Beeville, Texas area. My goodness, let's get this tornado warning details. As of 11:16 a.m., look, we've got 3 polygons there on screen now. We're talking about the northern one up near Beeville, Texas. And let me move my radar so you can see what we're talking about. That's going to be for this cell right here. It's not quite popped up on screen yet. You'll see that warning polygon pop up here in just a second. It's going to be for East Central Live Oak County and Central B County, all in South Central Texas. And this one also goes until 11:45. So we got 3 separate tornado warnings right now for radar indicated tornadoes. This one's going to be over Beeville, Texas, moving west at 45 miles per hour. And again, this is a radar indicated rotation. This tornadic thunderstorm will be over mainly rural counties or rural areas of Live Oak County and Central B counties, again, with the exception of Beeville. There you go. You see that red polygon that just popped up on the screen. Brand new tornado warning goes until 11:45 a.m. So let's go back out. Let's reset the view. And let's look at the wide area. Big flash flood warnings all around Corpus Christi. Let me flip to our other radar source real quick so you can see the satellite data. And there's our satellite loop again of Tropical Storm Harold as it is coming on shore. As of about an hour ago, look at that big feeder band extending off to the southwest. Again, official landfall made around 10 a.m. Central Time. Maximum sustained winds were about 50 miles per hour. So, of course, that will continue to weaken now that it is over land. Let's go back to radar. And again, we've got 3 tornado warnings we are tracking. There we go. And the big rain mass continues again coming into the Corpus Christi area. We've got Brett's feedback. So since we talked about those 3 tornado warnings, let's go back to Brett full screen. All right, guys, sorry about that feedback if you're watching on the LSM channel. I believe we got that resolved. We had a dual microphone. Remember earlier when we couldn't get the dash cam audio to go out? Well, I fixed it, but I also got 2 microphones loaded up for me. So let's see if that's better for you guys. Good. Everybody says much better now. Good deal. Glad we're able to fix that. Thank y'all for confirming. Yeah, we're tracking the tornadoes as well. Brett's turned his audio off just for a minute, but we're continuing to track the tornadoes or possible tornadoes. You guys are saying possible tornado in Freer, Texas, and then also another possible tornado passing in near Highway 281 south of George. So let's look at both of those real quick while we've got radar pulled back up. So we'll look at the middle storm first. And notice on velocity, George West, just southwest of there, there's your possible tornado. Not overly impressive, but it don't have to be with these tropical systems. Sometimes you can get a quick spin-up tornado with velocity that just looks like crap. So that is what we're tracking, again, south of George West, moving in the general direction of Freer, Texas. Let's check and see if we've got a closer radar. No, we're still on the closest radar with Corpus Christi. So this southern storm, just southwest of the San Diego, Texas area, again, rather weak on rotation, but just to be safe, go ahead and stay in your tornado-safe place. The storm is moving southwest at about 50 miles per hour, may drop a possible tornado. And then the northern sail near Beeville, Texas. Tornado warning continues there. And with that storm, again, possible tornado right near Beeville, and that is moving to the southwest near George West, Texas. So George West, you're officially not in the polygon just yet, but if that storm continues on its current path, you may be in the tornado warning polygon if they issue a new one here over the next several minutes. So again, tracking 3 tornado warning polygons all west of the Corpus Christi area right now. Let's go back to our other radar source, and you can see there's the center of Tropical Storm Harold rotating in south of Corpus Christi, and there's our 3 tornado warning polygons continuing on the northwest side of the rain shield. And we'll have to continue watching that feeder band as it feeds up into the Corpus Christi area throughout the day today. Flooding possible. You heard Brett on the stream just a little bit ago say we had some power lines down in Corpus Christi from the wind. So again, minor wind damage possible, and we can't rule out some more of these spin up tornadoes. Look what just lit up. A fourth tornado warning polygon there. Very near Corpus Christi, just northwest. So we'll let that one light up on the map, and we'll flip back to our other radar source. Yep, I see what they see. Near Sinton, Texas, I believe is how you pronounce that. So we'll let that polygon light up here in just a second. See what we can do. Let's flip to our other radar source. All right, there's our new tornado warning polygon, again near Sinton, Texas. You see the flashing red polygon there. We'll get you the details on that. It's going to be a new tornado warning for Nucas County, San Patricio County, Jim Wells County, and Live Oak County. It goes until noon Central Time. So again, brand new tornado warning for the northwest side of Corpus Christi for a radar indicated rotation. This storm will be near the West Sinton area and the Edroy, Texas area around 11:35. San Patricio around 11:40, Mathis and Lake City around 11:45, and then the Sandia area around 11:50 a.m. So again, a brand new tornado warning just north and west of downtown Corpus Christi, Texas. 4 tornado warning polygons now. Crazy stuff. All right, we've got Brett back. Let's go back full screen to Brett while we continue to monitor radar. All right, guys, we're still riding along with Brett in Corpus Christi. Not a lot going on right at his location. Again, five tornado warning polygons now, north and west of the Corpus Christi area. I want to show you some new video footage that we just got in from Brett just a little bit earlier now. Wizzle Man, you're on top of it. 5 warnings, you're right. We'll look at that 5th warning here in just a minute up north near the Burr-Clare area. I'll get you the details on that real quick. That's for central Goliad County in south central Texas. That's a tornado warning that goes until noon for a radar-indicated tornado near Goliad, Texas, also near Fenton, moving west at 40 miles per hour. So quickly, I want to take you over to our footage. We'll keep Brett's camera up there in the top right-hand part of the screen. This is some video footage we got from him. If you're just tuning in, just got this in a few minutes ago in the Corpus Christi area before landfall. So this was right before that big band come in. Notice how the rain had not quite picked up just yet, but a lot of wind, 35 to 40 mile per hour sustained winds, it seems, in that area. And of course, you got to think as you go up and over some of these tall bridges in the area, that's where you have more wind. So high-profile vehicles probably had a little bit of difficult time traveling in and around Corpus Christi this morning. But then as he moved further south, we'll get to see a little bit of what we missed because we lost his live feed as he was going south of Corpus Christi. And this is where he took some of this footage. Notice the darker clouds there, of course, in front of him. Look at the water, though. Look how low the water level is there. So, again, much needed rain. In this area, drought conditions have continued for several weeks. So like you guys have been saying in chat, I've got both chats up this morning. I've got Brett's chat and the LSM chat up. Much needed rain, Claudia. Yes, you are right. So as inconvenience as this is, and some wind damage, some minor wind damage, some minor flooding, I think a lot of people are rejoicing in South Texas today from this tropical system that is coming in. And you see on this live feed again up there at the top. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of winds. Those palm trees are blowing around pretty good there in the Corpus Christi area. Visibilities have been reduced as well. Let me flip back over that video for some reason. There we go. Our video didn't want to show, but there again, low visibilities, just difficult travel conditions all throughout the area today. So that's what we've been looking at again all around Corpus Christi, southeast Texas, Rockport, the Port Lavaca area up to the Indianola area. You guys have seen some pretty heavy rainfall over the last 30 or 40 minutes of those tropical rain showers coming in off the Gulf of Mexico. And then again, we've got 5 tornado warnings currently in effect. There's your Gulf. Wave action's up pretty good. Again, not really a storm surge threat since this is a weak system, but we have had some minor beach erosion and minor flooding right there along the beach area. And, of course, red flags are flying today with high rip current risk area-wide down there. Why is that not showing? My video feed keeps wanting to not show. So let's go back to Brett full screen. There's that red flag I was just telling you about in those rough ocean conditions. Looks like Brett is back on the beach now, possibly, or somewhere near the waterfront. Let's go back to him full screen. Hey guys, we haven't said it yet today, but if y'all can do me a quick favor while we were watching the angry water, look at that coming up and over the wall there. We don't have any audio from Brett. He's still on mute right now, but that is very impressive wave action coming up and over the seawall there. Looks like he's about to get it back in focus, so give it just a second. I've got another monitor I'm monitoring off screen. I can see it just a little bit ahead of what we're seeing here. And yeah, wind and pretty good waves coming up and over the seawall. Do me a quick favor though, what I was asking, go ahead and hit that like button on this video if you're watching on the LSM channel or if you're watching on Brett's channel. What that does, we don't get anything out of that, but that just allows YouTube to see that more people are liking this video content, and they will suggest this to more people across YouTube today to tune in to our live tropical storm coverage here on each channel. So we've got a little bit over 260 likes on the LSM page so far. We've had thousands and thousands of viewers this morning. So again, you guys are awesome. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. And then on the Adair channel, we've got several people watching there as well, and we've got about 40 likes on that channel and hundreds of viewers so far. So go ahead and hit that like button for me. And again, hopefully that will hit the algorithms with YouTube and push this video out to more people that love watching the weather and love watching live coverage like we're doing today here. Live in the field with Adair and live in the studio here. Tracking what's left of Tropical Storm Harold as it continues to swirl and move inland over deep South Texas. So there you go. Those likes are going up on both sides. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Claudia says, much needed rain for the cotton crops. You are right. He's at Cole Park, Patty says. Kazaki says, they dropped the 2% tornado risk for you in Utah today. Guess you're not chasing today, you say. Well, you guys don't have a lot of severe weather out there in Utah, and I know you get excited when you have a small chance, but if they dropped, hey, look, Kazaki, if they drop the risk, that may mean you have a better risk of getting tornadoes. If you're like us here in the Deep South, sometimes on our higher risk days, we don't get anything, and sometimes when we have a very low or no risk day, we'll get a random tornado warning down here. So maybe you'll have our luck today out there in Utah. We'll see. Still tracking 4 tornado warning polygons right now. We're going to keep it here with Brett, though, as he's getting this awesome footage of the angry wave action coming up over that little seawall there. So we'll go back to radar here in just a minute. No confirmed tornadoes right now, so good news there. We're watching our other chase feeds. We've got Brian M. Finger out in Corpus Christi. We've got Bob Pack out on the roads as well. So far, no confirmed tornadoes that I see. If you guys see anything differently, let me know in chat. But so far, all are still radar indicated rotations. I don't see any tornado reports just yet from the Weather Service from any of our tornado warnings north and west of Corpus Christi. All right, guys, let's go back to full screen Brett. Mike, yeah, you got a good point. Unless these tropical tornadoes are right on top of you, it's hard to chase these tornadoes. So that's why our guys are staying in and around Corpus Christi, getting some of the wind and the wave action. Because it's almost impossible to tornado chase in a tropical system unless you are in your location and it happens to come right over you. Then you'll know it, but yeah, otherwise it's just almost difficult. So guys, if you're just jumping in, I know a lot of people come and go. If you've not been watching us all morning, looks like we may be losing Brett's feed. Yeah, tell you what we can do. If y'all were with us earlier, we ran that really cool hurricane prep video footage that we had. So, yep, we just lost Brett. His feed just dropped altogether. Let's run that video real quick. And hold up. We may have got him back. Yeah, so this is just a couple-minute video. It looks at what we had last year in the hurricane season, and it also looks at hurricane prep for this year. So let's run this video that we ran earlier. We'll try to get Brett's video signal refreshed here while we're running this, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
The 2023 Atlantic hurricane season is already underway, and while we've already seen some storms out of this season, we have to go back to 2022 to see what we can expect for this year. Historically, preceding years can offer a glimpse into the next year's action. In 2022, the Colorado State University issued this forecast, predicting 18 named storms, with 8 of those being hurricanes and 4 being major hurricanes. The actual count at the end of the year was 14 named storms, with 8 being hurricanes and 2 being major. A very close prediction, displaying odd similarities to this year, as the season seemed to start cold before exploding in the month of September. September would see 4 hurricanes, including the season's only 2 major hurricanes, Category 4 Fiona and Category 5 Ian. Fiona would form over the Atlantic and slam into Puerto Rico, destroying local infrastructure and totaling homes and businesses, altering life on the island, and then moving to the north, off into the Atlantic, to slam into Atlantic Canada. Soon to follow would be Category 5 Hurricane Ian, which would carve across Cuba and slam into western Florida, making landfall at Cayo Costa. It heavily damaged the areas around Naples and Fort Myers, causing $13 billion in damage and killing 161 people all in told. The storm would carve its way across Florida, destroying the eastern seawall protections as a tropical storm, before re-intensifying to Category 1 and making landfall at Georgetown in South Carolina. This landfall of Ian would cause damage from around the Charleston, South Carolina area up to North Myrtle Beach, wiping out multiple historic piers. All things considered, Ian proved to be the worst storm of the 2022 hurricane season. And only a month later, Hurricane Nicole formed in the Atlantic, proving to be the second latest hurricane to strike the United States and the latest hurricane to strike Florida's east coast in recorded history. Hurricane Nicole landed as a Category 1 hurricane at Vero Beach, Florida, and, due to its wave action against unprotected shores, collapsed 50 homes and businesses into the sea in Volusia County alone. With a gigantic wind field, its effects were felt far from the center, and it brought the highest intercoastal waterway flooding and highest ocean levels in Jacksonville's history. Nicole would cause $1 billion in damage and kill 11 people throughout its run. So how is 2023 stacking up against 2022? Colorado State University has predicted 18 named storms, with 9 being hurricanes and 4 being major hurricanes. Already this year, we have seen 5 storms of this class, an unnamed tropical storm in January that was upgraded on further review. June saw 3 tropical storms of no effect on the mainland United States, and July has seen the first hurricane of the season, Category 1 Don, which never made landfall anywhere and spun in the open Atlantic. However, the season is developing along similar lines to 2022, so we encourage you to stay tuned here to LSM TV, to our team of experienced meteorologists, David Neal, Drew Richards, and Brett Adair. What else can you do to keep you and your family safe this season? Follow the forecast of the National Hurricane Center. Follow all tropical watches and warnings from the National Weather Service. Know your evacuation routes and when to evacuate. And make sure that pets, elderly family members, and children are well taken care of and accounted for. Keep and maintain an emergency supply kit. Have adequate supplies of food and water and prescription medications. And stay with the team you trust from the studio, the beachfront, and your front door. For LSM TV, I'm B. Dean Barry.
Thank you for that. And again, we're tracking Tropical Storm Harold coverage today here in the studio. More tornado warnings popping up near Beeville and George West, Texas. Currently looking at radar. And this new tornado warning is here, including Interstate 37. This is going to be for Live Oak County and West Central B County. In South Central Texas, that's a new tornado warning that goes until 12:30 p.m. At 11:41, a severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado, was located 4 miles northwest of Beeville, Texas, moving west at 40. It's going to be near Mineral around 11:50. It's going to be near the Caron and Oakville, Ray Point areas between 11:55 and 12:05, and the Three Rivers around 12:10 this afternoon. So again, possible tornado impacting areas just northwest of Beeville, Texas, near the George West, Three Rivers, and Oakville area. There's your new polygon. Again, does include parts of Interstate 37 north of the George West area and near the Three Rivers, Texas area. Let's go back to, almost said let's go back to Brett, but looks like we've lost his feed still. Jennifer says, send some of that rain to Alabama. I hear that, Jennifer. It is, Alabama, we've been hot and dry over here, but nothing like our friends and neighbors up to the north and west. Let me go back and zoom this radar out and show you what we're dealing with nationwide as we're waiting on Brett's feed to come back. So there's your nationwide radar right now. And notice all the pink right in the middle of the map. Yep, that's our big high pressure ridge. And I can't draw on this one, but I can draw on this radar map. So let me zoom this one out and show you the same thing. That is where we've had this huge, hot, high pressure area parked right over the middle of the country. And if you guys know anything about weather, high pressure means the air sinks. And when you have sinking air, you can't get clouds, you can't get rainfall, you can't get precipitation, but you get a whole lot of heat because all you have is sunshine. So that big area right there in the middle of the country is our heat ridge. And what that's doing is that's making everything go around that clockwise. So all the rain and thunderstorms are going around the high pressure, and it's not quite as hot in the east and northeast. You're getting a little dip in the jet stream up in the northeast part of the country. And then where this tropical storm is, notice it's being forced around the heat ridge, just like that, right? So you've got a big high pressure bubble again right in the middle of the country, hot, humid, dry conditions. And until that high pressure breaks down, just not a lot of rain for you guys. That's been baking, in Minneapolis, Milwaukee, Chicago, Iowa, portions of Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas. We've got to have something that breaks that hot, high pressure ridge down. Thankfully, some computer models are hinting that we get a weak little cold front coming down and pushing that high pressure area out to the west coast this coming weekend. So if that happens, the big, hot, high pressure ridge that's been parked over the middle part of the country will be forced westward near the Rockies. And what that will allow that to do is we'll have a nice reinforcing cold front coming down the eastern part of the country from Canada, and that will allow a little bit cooler weather and air to come in. Again, cooler is relative in August. I don't mean cold. I don't mean fall, but I mean no triple digits, hopefully no heat index readings over 120 like we've had for several months. And earlier you guys were talking about, what's coming after this storm. We continue to watch Hurricane Franklin down near Puerto Rico. That's Franklin emerging later this week and this weekend off the coast of Florida. See that little low pressure system there and the 1,002 millibars. That thing will strengthen, but it kind of hangs out there east of the Bahamas and don't really do anything all weekend. It becomes a pretty strong hurricane late this weekend, Sunday into Monday, but the GFS this run is keeping it well offshore. This is even further east. This is the 12Z GFS run. Remember earlier this morning we looked at the 6Z, the midnight run of the GFS. It was a little bit closer to the east coast, but this run is well offshore and moving northeast and does not affect any part of the lower 48. So we had somebody in chat earlier that said she was watching other weather people, and they were saying, what about the hurricane that's coming towards Florida? No current threats in Florida over the next 7 days. We continue to look at the National Hurricane Center 7-day outlook map, and there you go. That's your 7-day tropical weather outlook from the National Hurricane Center. Harold is now inland over Texas. Franklin is south of the Dominican Republic. Gert is a dying storm out there right in the middle of your screen. A couple other areas of interest there in yellow and orange, but those may form, those may develop, but those look like they will stay well out in the Atlantic and not affect any part of the lower 48 or any landmass for that matter. Still watching some models. I just got a tweet from Brad Arnold. He's just tweeted some of the models hinting that we may have some homegrown development. What do we mean by that? Maybe some Gulf of Mexico development 7 to 10 days out. This that he posted is valid on Monday, August 28th. So, of course, we may have some things developed that are not yet on the radar, if you will. But again, over the next 7 days, we're not expecting anything else after we get Harold Inland and after we get Franklin clear of the islands down there. It looks like we're going to have a little break until we get closer to the end of the month and the first part of September. Let's go back in and look at those tornado warnings we've got down here in Texas. So tornado warning continues for central Goliad County until 12 noon. So just a few more minutes on that, about 7 minutes. And again, that's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles southwest of Goliad, Texas, moving west at 40. And then our storm still coming out of the Beeville area. That's a tornado warning that continues until about 12:30 in that area. Let's go back to Brett full screen. Looks like we've got his camera back. Kazaki is a fan of the elevator music. Anybody else a fan of the background music? It's just too quiet when Brett mutes his microphone. Had to turn something on, right? So y'all let me know if you thumbs up or thumbs down for the elevator music that I got going there. All right, guys, looks like we lost Brett's feed just for a minute. But we are continuing to watch the tornado warnings. Turn that music down just a little bit. There we go. Currently, 3 tornado warning polygons continuing up near the Beeville, Texas area. 2 tornado warning polygons. 1 just expired at the top of the hour. So let's go back to our high resolution radar real quick. And trying to get it to switch over. It's not wanting to switch. We'll go to that radar for a minute. There's your 2 current tornado warning polygons. Just lost one at the top of the hour. Looks like we just got a reissuance west of San Antonio near the Owl Ranch area. New tornado warning for the Orange Grove, Texas area. All these are what you would expect to see on these tropical circulations. Let's see if our radar. There we go. That's what I was trying to show you. So on the right-hand side of your screen, we're looking at velocity. Notice just north of Freer, that's an area of rotation. Not overly strong, but again, it don't have to be overly strong to get a tornado to drop in these tropical systems. One near Orange Grove in the Sandia area, headed towards the Owl Ranch, Texas. And then one right on top of Oakville. That one on top of Oakville is a little bit stronger, and we do have some lightning in that storm. So anytime I see lightning in a tropical supercell, that does tend to worry me a little bit. And there's your area of rotation just east of Oakville. And that is moving west right into town. So if you're anywhere near Oakville or Three Rivers, Texas, that's probably of the 3 storms, that's going to be the strongest storm with a potential tornado dropping any minute over the next 5 to 10 minutes coming into Oakville, Texas. Let's go back to Brett. Looks like we've got him back. Guys, again, thanks for keeping that chat rolling in. Sam, living near Dallas, Texas, says they need rain bad. Yeah, you guys are very dry in and around Dallas. Sam, thank you for that. Kazaki says, want to lay down? It's been up all night. Just know if you do, storms are probably going to drop a tornado out of the blue. Looks like they've got power out there. Look, check out the traffic signals out where Brett is. He's still in Corpus Christi. So some localized power outages from the wind there in and around Corpus Christi. Yep, looks like that CVS pharmacy there. No power. Lights are out. So got some localized power outages in and around Corpus Christi. Probably nothing major, probably some limbs, maybe some wires blown loose from the wind. But we're continuing to track all of our storm chasers. Brandon Clement with Live Storms Media is actually getting close to that sail up near Oakville, Texas. Watching him on radar over here. And again, out of all the thunderstorms, that is the strongest, with the strongest rotation right now, moving right into Oakville. So if you see that little red dot, that is Brandon, and he is approaching this thunderstorm from the southeast. So if there's been a tornado drop or if there's any damage, he'll probably be on that pretty quickly as he is approaching the Oakville, Texas area. Another storm back here near Sandia and Orange Grove, again, near the K-Bar Ranch. That is a radar indicated rotation, not seeing anything crazy right now. That is a fairly strong rotation out here west and northwest of Freer, Texas. That's a fairly unpopulated area. But that's probably the strongest rotation we've seen all day, and that one is getting a little bit further away from the radar, so it's a little bit harder to see what's going on as it's moving away from Corpus Christi NextRad. And as you see, there's no other NextRad out there for us to switch to see that storm any better. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one, as it's, again, mainly in unpopulated areas of South Texas. There we go. Hey, Kim, glad to have you with us this afternoon. We're here tracking the tropics. Glad to have you back. Wanted to show y'all something real quick. If y'all were watching Sunday night, let me know in chat if you were watching our live stream Sunday night. I think I've got the video loaded up that I wanted to show you guys. We're hoping to get David Neal with us today. He may not be able to come on. If y'all remember, I'm going to take my camera full screen, and I'm just going to try to show you a quick video. Yeah, there we go. So if you remember on Sunday night when we talked, David accidentally swallowed the stylus end of his pen top. He thought it was a medicine, believe it or not. And yep, what you're seeing there, that's not the one, but that is like what David accidentally swallowed, if y'all remember that story. And how did he know it was in his stomach? Well, check this out.
There. Now bring it towards my belly button.
You want to go to Fiola for dinner tonight?
Push. Yeah, sure. Don't tell me where it is. There.
If y'all see, that is a metal
bring
detector
it towards my belly button.
that
You want to go to Fiola?
he has.
Push.
Y'all hear it beeping there. So yeah, that's the metal detector showing the end
Don't
of
tell me
the
where it
pen
is.
top
There. Now
in
bring it
his
towards
stomach,
my belly
bless his
button.
heart. So we're hoping that he feels better and he's okay and he don't have to take a trip to the ER. But that's the footage that we tried to show you Sunday night on the live stream. We did show it, but it didn't have audio. I think that did have audio on that one. So let me know if y'all heard the beeps there on the metal detector. Keep texting him. Keep checking in with him. He was up all night, he said. Didn't get any sleep. So I haven't texted him since about 7 o'clock this morning because I'm trying to let him rest if he's able to rest. But again, hoping David pulls through, and hoping we don't have to have anybody else swallow the top of a pen, right? But I wanted to share that with you guys. And again, hoping we can get him on here later today. Riding along with Brett Adair again in Corpus Christi. We're looking at Bob Pack's video again. He's in Woodsboro, Texas, looking at that off screen. And also we've got Brian M. Finger in Corpus Christi, Texas. And just a lot of rain so far, guys. A lot of rain, a little bit of wind. Let's go back full with Brett. Hey guys, just wanted to pass along a couple flooding reports that we're getting from Corpus Christi now. Let me move my mic so you can hear me as I'm reading these. Looks like in Corpus Christi, 181 turnaround at North Beach has water over the road. And then also in Corpus Christi, the Northwest Loop on Highway 286 has been flooded. So both of those are coming across just in the last couple of minutes. But again, the 181 turnaround at North Beach, water over the roadway. And also Northwest Loop, Highway 286 has been flooded in Corpus Christi. So we'll continue to monitor those flood reports. So far, that's all we've got coming out of the Corpus Christi area. Some localized power outages and some localized power lines down. Minor wind damage. Wind gusts have been about 40 to 50 miles per hour, it seems. Let's go back to Brett. Hey guys, just wanted to jump back in and say thank y'all so much for watching today. We are riding along with Brett. He's in park for a little bit, monitoring traffic there in the Corpus Christi area. Looks like we lost his feed. So I've been looking at some stuff behind the scenes here over the last few minutes. I want to show you what I've been looking at. We've still got a couple 2-3 tornado warning polygons that we need to talk about really quickly. And then we're going to look at some computer model data on the big heat wave. I know a lot of you guys have been wanting to know when the heat breaks down. So the southern tornado warning there northwest of Freer, Texas. Tornado warning remains in effect for northwestern Duval, southeastern LaSalle, eastern Webb, and southwestern McMullen counties. That's a tornado warning that goes until 12:30. Radar indicated rotation. The middle tornado warning polygon you see there, that is a tornado warning for a radar indicated rotation for McMullen and Live Oak counties. That goes until 12:45. And then probably the storm of most concern right now, just because it's got so much lightning in it. And again, the higher amounts of lightning in these tropical cells tend to increase our tornado threat a good bit. Up near Pearsall, Texas, and that is a tornado warning that was issued just a few minutes ago. And that is a tornado warning that goes until 12:45. For Frio County in south central Texas. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over North Pearsall moving northwest at 40 miles per hour. And again, this is going to be a radar indicated tornado warning. There's your area of rotation just southwest of town. Lots of lightning, damaging wind. Believe it or not, maybe some hail. That core in there where you've got that black shading and now that little purple shade of color. You don't really see hail in tropical systems, but this is far enough away that this is taking advantage of some of the thermodynamics and the very unstable air in that area. So we may have some hail falling out of that thunderstorm as well, northwest of Derby, Texas, and coming pretty much west of the Moore and maybe approaching the Batesville area over the next several minutes. But what I wanted to show you, for you model fans, maybe a little bit of good news. So what we're looking at here, let me see if I can refresh Brett's feed. Nope, it's still off. Refreshing isn't going to help because I don't have it over here on my main monitor. This is the departure from average. This is not temperatures. So when you see that big blue shading over the west, it's not cold. We're looking at how much hotter or how much cooler it is than average here on the map. So this is today. Notice way above average in South Dakota, Nebraska. That's not saying it's hotter up there. No, it's hot in South Dakota as it is in Texas today. But the averages, you're a lot warmer than average in South Dakota than you are in Texas because, of course, it's usually hotter in Texas. So this is how much hotter or cooler you are. As we go throughout the week, this is valid tomorrow. Notice that big heat bubble continues everywhere. Again, this is just because you see hotter pinks up in the north, Wisconsin to Minnesota. It doesn't mean it's hotter up there than down south. No, that just means it's hotter than normal up there. As we go throughout Thursday, yep, still hot. Great Lakes down through the southeast. As we go through Friday, I think Thursday and Friday is probably going to be the hottest days of this week, it seems, in many locations. But then as we get into the weekend, notice what happens up in the northern plains. South Dakota, Nebraska, North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin. You guys have been baking. Check out the cooler than average temperatures coming in by Saturday, right? Well, Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Southeast. Not quite for you. It might be a little bit cooler on Saturday than Friday and Thursday. But as we get into Sunday, notice what happens to the heat bubble. It gets pushed southward a little bit, meaning away from Nebraska, Iowa, northern Missouri, Illinois, parts of the Ohio River Valley, even western Kansas, cooler than normal by Sunday. So a little bit of good news there. Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, not as much for you. I think we have some scattered storms possible as we get into Sunday, Monday, maybe across portions of Oklahoma and Texas. And then as we get into Monday afternoon, notice how it's just not that big, solid heat bubble anymore. There's a hotter than normal from Kansas up through the Great Lakes, hotter than normal portions of the South still, but it's just not that big ridge. So the ridge tries to break down a little bit before, guess what happens next week? Another little cool wave tries to come down by Tuesday, into the Great Lakes. But look at the Dakotas. By Wednesday next week, another big heat bubble maybe trying to build back in for the end of the month. And then as we get into the first part of September out in Voodoo Land, this is way too far in advance on the models to know what's going to happen, because models can't sometimes forecast the weather 3 or 4 days in advance, much less a week plus. So again, this is September 2nd, suggesting we've still got some pretty warm temperatures across portions of the country. And then as we go all the way into Voodoo Country, September 7th, a little bit more progressive pattern. So hopefully we've got some breaks in the heat as we go forward. So just wanted to hopefully give you guys what little bit of good news I've got, right? Let's look at one more product here on the model that I think is pretty crazy. Let's see, total. So this is total precip accumulation through the end of the month. So notice as we get into the weekend, I'm looking at you guys in Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas. Look, maybe some precip, right? So notice what happens this week. Big heat bubble. Everything's going around the middle part of the country. No rain whatsoever. But then as we get into the weekend, maybe, just maybe, some precip where we've got that maximum heat now. Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa. It's not a lot, not a lot of rain. But any rain would beat what we've had over the last several weeks for you guys in North Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas. Bone dry, and y'all have had a lot of fire issues out there, a lot of grass fires and woods fires and things like that. So again, just wanted to pass on maybe a little bit of good news while we're waiting on Brett's feed to come back. That heat ridge hopefully breaks down, and maybe we get just a little bit of precip for you guys in the middle part of the country that has been baking for so long. Kazaki says, is it winter yet? I want snow. All right, just for the heck of it, there will be nothing on there, but yeah, there's your total snowfall map through the end of the month. Look north of Washington State, up in Canada. Y'all see that? A little bit of snow up in Canada. So Kazaki, if you want to see snow between now and August 30th, you might have to take a trip up to parts of Canada, north of Washington State. Maybe you'll get some higher elevation snow up there. That's interesting. All right, let's go back and see if we've got Brett back. We do not. So let's go back to radar. There's our tornado warning out near Pearsall, Texas. That tornado warning continues again until 12:45. And that's going to be for a radar indicated rotation near Pearsall, Texas, moving west at 35 miles per hour. Let's put that in motion. And there you go. There goes that storm with a possible tornado crossing Interstate 35 at this time, moving west at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Let me text Brett and see what's up with his feed. Our other tornado warning west of the George West, Texas area. It's easy to say, right? Near Tilden, Texas, Callingham, Texas, and Three Rivers, Texas. That tornado warning continues until 12:45 as well. That's going to be for McMullen and Live Oak counties in Texas. That's for a radar indicated rotation, again, moving west at about 35 miles per hour. So right there near the Three Rivers, the Choke Canyon Reservoir area, and west of U.S. Highway 281. That's our cell with rotation and a possible tornado near Three Rivers and Tilden, Texas. Moving back out, looking at Corpus Christi. Not a lot. The heaviest rain is moving kind of southwest of Corpus Christi right now. We do have some reports of flooding in and around the area. From Corpus Christi out to the Orange Grove area. Downtown Corpus Christi, public report with video confirmation of of what. All right, let me go back over here. All right, I'll have to get the information because that storm report cut off here on my other screen. Something about public report with video confirmation of flooding in downtown Corpus Christi, but I don't have any more information than that. So we'll try to get that pulled up for you. Let's go back and see. You guys, if you're just watching again and you're just tuning in, let us know where you're watching from this afternoon. Hit us up in chat. Love to interact with you over there. We are live streaming on the Live Storms Media channel and on Brett Adair's new YouTube channel. If y'all can do me a favor and go over there and like and subscribe to that channel, we're going to be doing a lot more of his live storm chases on his personal channel, and we'll be keeping all the Live Storms Media footage and the studio coverage over there on that channel. And we'll be criss and cross back and forth some content from time to time as well. So go and like that page, subscribe to that page if you can for me. We would really appreciate it. They may be grabbing some lunch since it's lunchtime, right? All right, guys. You guys let me know what you're having for lunch today. Got to talk about food while we're here. We'll go in and talk about those tornado warnings again in a minute, but y'all know we love talking about food here on the channel. So when we're streaming at dinner time, we have to talk about what y'all having for dinner. I know Mustang James was in chat earlier. He was having Firehouse subs today. That sounds good. Red Baron Pizza and having goulash for dinner, Kazaki says. Both of those sound good. Jennifer says leftover chicken cheesy pasta. Whew. That sounds good, Jennifer. Guys, I am just looking at storm reports while I am being quiet over here at the moment. I'm back looking at the temperatures too. Let's go back to the temperature map while we are waiting on Brett's feed to come back alive. So there, Rhonda says, I had spaghetti and garlic cheese toast for lunch. Rhonda, that sounds good. Everything sounds good so far. So there's our current GFS temp map for, where are we at? That's for this afternoon. So look at that heat bubble again. 104 in Oklahoma City, 106 in Dallas at 7 o'clock tonight. 7 o'clock tonight, 106 in Dallas. How about 110 up in southeastern South Dakota? 104 up in Minneapolis, 107 near Des Moines at 7 o'clock tonight. So going forward in time, let's look at these temperatures. There's midday tomorrow, 1 p.m. How about 111 in Iowa, 112 in southeastern parts of South Dakota? That's not heat index, guys. This is your air temperature. 108 in Shreveport, 103 in Corinth, Mississippi, 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. 103 in Oklahoma City, 104 in Dallas, 100 in southern Wisconsin tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. Going forward in time, 6 hours. That's still your 7 p.m. Nope, that's midnight. Hold on. That's your 7 p.m. tomorrow temperatures. Still 110 to 106. Good grief. All right, let's go forward to Thursday. That's where it's really going to hurt. 112 in Shreveport. I don't know what the all-time record high is in Shreveport, but I would say that's close. 113 in Monroe, Louisiana. 107 in Corinth, Mississippi, Thursday afternoon. 106 just southwest of Chicago. Again, insane heat this week, guys. Friday, there you go. Heat continues. And then as we get into Saturday midday, look what happens up in the Dakotas. 70s, 1 p.m. Saturday afternoon. We'll take it. Hey, Ascend. Glad to have you with us. We are waiting on Brett's cam to feed to come back up, so we're sitting here looking at the models. And glad to have you with us, Ascend. As we go into Sunday, notice how that heat really comes down in portions of Missouri, Illinois, Iowa, Wisconsin. That's midday Sunday. How about 77 degrees in southern Wisconsin? Yeah, you'll take it. St. Louis 76 with some clouds, maybe some rain. 76 in Kansas City at midday Sunday. Still 100 in northern Mississippi. Still 109 in Shreveport. So you guys down there don't get a break. And then as we go into Monday midday, check it out. A little bit cooler. Kentucky down into Tennessee, parts of North Alabama, North Mississippi, Memphis, Little Rock, 80s midday Monday. 102 in Dallas. Still hot, but not 110. And then as we get into next Tuesday, it's still there, but nothing crazy. Upper 90s to near 100. And finally, next Wednesday, yep, guess what? It's building back. There we go with next Thursday. Ouch. And again, we're so far out now. Take this with a grain of salt. We're looking at September 2nd. That may or may not come to pass that far out in the future. It's about time for us to get a new update from the National Hurricane Center. New update for Tropical Storm Harold should be coming at the top of the hour. Right around 1 p.m. Central Time. So yeah, we've lost Brett's feed momentarily. They may be grabbing a bite to eat. I texted him, but I hadn't got anything back yet. So we'll see what's up with his camera feed here in just a few minutes. But until then, I'm going to step out just for a second and go get me a bite to eat because you guys are making me hungry here in chat. So let's look at our satellite update right fast. There you go. Tropical Storm Harold again made landfall around 10 a.m. this morning. We are continuing coverage here on the Adair channel and the Live Storms Media channel. Worst of the weather now moving inland, and just that one tropical rain band continuing south and east of the Corpus Christi area. There's your wide radar view. See the circulation area there southwest of Corpus Christi once again. Ah, what's it showing for northern Utah, Kazaki? Definitely. Let me go back to that. Just now saw your comment. Sorry about that. There you go. Northern Utah, not too bad. That is 70s for tomorrow. 70s and 80s pretty much through the end of the week for you guys. Yeah, nothing crazy for northern Utah. Maybe some 90s as we get into the middle part of next week, it seems. But nothing crazy off the charts, cold or warm for you guys there in northern Utah, all the way through the end of the model run. So I would say seasonably warm for you guys there in northern Utah. The Sin says, hey, good news, no snow. There you go. Yannicka says, when it gets to 90 in Montreal, people dies. Can't imagine those temperatures. Yeah, I don't think you guys have AC up in Montreal, do you? Y'all have air conditioning up there? I know my aunt used to live in northeastern Ohio, near the Youngstown area, and they didn't have air conditioner in most vehicles up there, and their home didn't have air conditioning. So yeah, anytime it got 90 or above, they would just, it was miserable. So if you don't have AC in Montreal and it gets 90, yeah, that's pretty unbearable. All right, guys, I'm going to step out for a quick lunch break. Yannicka says we do, but not everywhere. Yeah, that's what I thought. Some places do. I guess air conditioning is a luxury for some of you guys up there. Because, yeah, it just don't get that hot normally, you know. It gets 90 and above up in Montreal, but not like it does here
There.
in the deep
Now bring it
south.
towards
Oops,
my
let me
belly
turn it off.
button.
That's our David. That's our David video we were showing a few minutes ago with the pin top that David swallowed. We'll have to check in with Dave Neal if we can here in a little bit. There you go. There's currently here in the deep south 94 degrees here at the studio location. Heat index, it was 105. It just went to 103. So, yeah, it's a hot one out there today, but nothing that we're, again, not used to seeing here in portions of the deep south. All right, I am going to see how long Brett's going to go today, so we'll know what time we need to wrap it up later this afternoon. Like I said, if I had to guess, they're probably grabbing a quick bite to eat since it's lunchtime. So, guys, I want to step away for a second. We're going to turn the camera off. We're going to keep radar looping here. And I'll be right back here in the next few minutes. We'll keep that elevator music going in the background for you guys. And we're back, guys. Just got some really cool video I'm going to load in. There we go. Give me a second just to load in some pretty cool video for you guys. Heath just sent it to me. Remember when we were watching the big waves coming in earlier off that seawall? Well, Heath sent me some pretty cool video of that. So this is earlier. And again, thanks to Heath for sending these in. Chrome there. There we go. So remember earlier when they were near that seawall and we had those waves crashing over, that's what it looked like from Heath when he was in the vehicle. And Brett, bless his heart, yeah, he got up on that seawall. Let's see if we got a video of that. Here we go. He's down there getting some footage. Look at the waves crashing over that. See that? Let's see if we got video of Brett walking out on that seawall with the waves crashing over. Not that one. I think we got one more video. Let me see. Yep, we do. There we go. Check that out. How about that for a wild ride? That's dedication right there, guys. You want to know what these guys have to do to get the footage that you see on the local news and the national news at night? There you go. Walking out on a seawall with the waves coming over. Getting the footage for you. That's pretty crazy right there. But yeah, huge props to Brett and Heath. Like I said, Heath sent me that video and the screenshots of Brett getting the footage earlier, right in the middle of Tropical Storm Harold. Obvious watching from Corpus Christi, still very windy. Thank you for that report. Yep, winds continue in Corpus Christi. The rain squalls will continue as well, but that biggest rain band has now moved north and west of Corpus Christi. So again, thanks Heath for sending that in. There's our current radar. Heavy rain continues in Corpus Christi, gusty winds as well. See if we can get a current conditions update from Corpus. Nope, not on this one. Trying to see where I can show current conditions. Let's see. All right, I'm going to get some current conditions pulled up here off of another source right quick, guys. We still don't have Brett's feed, so But again, huge props to Brett and Heath. That's what they've been out dealing with all day today. Getting footage just for you. We'll be able to look at more footage. We'll probably may fire up another stream later this evening, looking at the tropics, see if we can get David in here with you. But just talking with Heath and Brett, and they've had to go back in. They were absolutely soaked, as you would expect. Let's do this. Hold on, I've got one more piece of video I think I can show you before we start winding things down here in the studio. Yeah, give me just a minute. We got some more pretty cool video to show you. And then we're going to start winding things down as the worst of this storm has now moved inland, and conditions will continue to improve there on coastal southern Texas and in the Corpus Christi and in the Padre Island area later this afternoon. So thankfully a pretty quick hitting storm. Give me just a second to pull this video footage for you. Alright, so check this out. This is in the... I'll tell you in just a second. This is one of the marinas down there in and around coastal Texas. Look, that's the wall that he was filming. That's when he was standing out on the wall that we were just looking at. That's the video footage he was taking for you. And yeah, pretty good wave action. Pretty good winds. Boats are bobbing around really good there in the high waves and the rain. So notice what that wall's doing. That wall's doing its job. It's keeping those monster waves off most of the boats there in that marina. So pretty interesting to see that whoever designed that knew what they were doing, keeping most of the wave action. Of course, this is a weak, mid-range tropical storm. Imagine a hurricane coming in down there with, 10, 15-foot waves. Yeah, that wall wouldn't do much then. But for this, there you go. It's doing its job pretty good. There's some of the wind blowing around, some of the flags in the area earlier this morning as well. We're going to have some minor power outages in the area. Had some minor flooding in and around Corpus Christi. Haven't got any official rainfall totals just yet. But, again, huge props to Brett and Heath for going out in the mess this morning. To get that footage. There you go again. There's Brett standing on the seawall getting that footage for you. Yep, and that looks like it for now. We'll have more video footage. Like I said, we may fire up another live stream this evening, do a little recap of the storm. We'll see if we can't round Dave Neal up in the studio and do a little tag team maybe with him and Brett, talking about what they saw earlier today and talking about a little recap here in the studio. But with that, like I said, we're going to wrap up our live studio coverage. We went on this morning around 8:30, and that storm continues to move west through Texas. Give you one last look at radar before we go off. There's a center of circulation west of Riviera near the Hebronville, Texas area, south of Freer. Going to probably go right over Laredo, Texas here in the next little bit. No tornado warnings currently in effect. Good news there. May still have more tornado warnings as we go throughout the afternoon and the evening around those tropical rain bands as they continue to rotate in. But right now, again, thank you so much. We can't thank you enough for tuning in for this live coverage to this morning and into this afternoon of Tropical Storm Harold. Kazaki, thank you so much for chiming in. Rhonda, MGS in chat, Ivis, photojournalist Michael Beard, glad to have you here as well. Ascend, as always, in chat. Kim, Sam, Claudia, all you guys, thank y'all so much for tuning in today and chatting with us here. Sunshine Rose, that goes to you as well. And let's see who I missed. Mustang James, of course. Grace, Patty, all you guys in chat. Thank y'all so much for joining us today. We could not do this without your viewership and you tuning in each and every time we go live here with live weather information. So again, Jennifer, thank you so much for tuning in. Rhonda, thank you so much. We'll be back. Like I said, we'll try to do a recap live stream this evening. And if we're not able to do that, we'll at least do a recap re-recorded video that we can upload to the channels here And then more tropical action. Of course, we're watching Franklin in the Caribbean. We'll do a pre-recorded video, maybe some more shorts. Are y'all liking that short content? We've been doing a lot of short video content on the YouTube channels here, and a lot of people seem to be tuning into the shorts versus the longer videos. So we'll keep experimenting with some of the shorts. Let me know in chat if you like those or if you don't like those, and we want to give you what you like the best here on the LSM channel and on Brett's channel. So with that, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. Thank you all again for tuning in. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday afternoon.